Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I work at a 24-hour grocery store, and the freezer aisle has its own rules is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The first wrong thing was the peas, not the whole freezer aisle, not the lights, not the doors fogging from the inside like they sometimes did when a gasket was going bad. Just one torn open bag of store-brand frozen peas sitting upright in the middle of aisle 12, balanced on its flat bottom like somebody had set it, their carefully green pellets scattered in a neat little trail across the gray floor tiles. At 3 a.m, in a 24-hour grocery store outside Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, even normal things can look staged. I stood at the end of the aisle with a pricing gun in one hand and a roll of yellow markdown stickers in the other, watching the peas slowly sweat in the fluorescent light. My name is Calvin Mercer. I was 26 then, male, born in Lancaster County, and still living close enough to my mother's house that she kept asking why I paid rent instead of coming home until I got sorted out. I worked nights at Ridgemont Fresh because nights paid $1 more an hour, and because I liked the way the store thinned out after midnight. Fewer questions, fewer people looking me in the face, fewer chances for someone to notice I was not as calm as I pretended to be. I had started there 6 months after dropping out of an EMT program, which I told people was because of money. That was partly true. The other part was that I had frozen during a training simulation where a plastic dummy was bleeding from the thigh. And while everyone else moved with practiced urgency, I just stood there with my gloves on, hearing the instructor say my name twice before I understood he was talking to me. So I took a job stocking soup cans and rotating yogurt. The store was easier. Labels faced out. Dates went forward. Damaged items went into the cart by receiving. You followed the list, and the list did not scream. That night, the list said frozen vegetables, frozen breakfast, ice cream novelties, then dairy backstock if I had time. The list did not say anything about peas arranged like breadcrumbs. "Ron," I called. My voice came out too loud. It hit the freezer doors and bounced back thinly. From somewhere near the front, a scanner beeped. Then another. Then the soft, tired shuffle of sneakers on waxed floor. Ron Halpern, 49 male, was the overnight manager at Ridgemont Fresh, a broad-shouldered man from Scranton with a smoker's cough he denied, and a way of holding a clipboard that made it look like a shield. He had worked grocery since he was 17 and treated every problem as either a spill, a staffing issue, or corporate's fault. He came around the corner wearing his red fleece vest over a gray hoodie, chewing mint gum like he was angry at it. "What broke now?" I pointed with the pricing gun. Ron stopped beside me. For a few seconds, we both looked down the freezer aisle. The peas led from the upright bag toward the far end, where the aisle met the swinging doors to the back freezer room. The trail was too even, not poured, placed almost. One pea every few inches, some still frosted white, some glossy where they had started to thaw. sighed through his nose. "Kids," he said. "It's 3:08. College kids, drunk kids, bored kids, the worst kind." He stepped forward and nudged one pea with the toe of his shoe. It skittered under the freezer case with a dry tick. "Grab a broom." I wanted him to be right. I really did. There had been 3 guys in Penn State hoodies earlier, buying energy drinks and condoms, and laughing too hard at nothing. One of them could have torn open a bag, made a little trail, and taken off before we noticed. People did strange, petty things in grocery stores at night. They hid raw chicken behind cereal boxes. They left ice cream in the magazine rack. They peeled bananas, took one bite, and tucked the rest between cans of chili like some kind of offering. Still, something about the peas made my stomach pull inward. Not fear, not yet. Recognition, maybe. A bad kind. Like walking into a room and knowing someone had touched your stuff. Behind us, a cart rattled. Maya Delgado, 32, female, pushed a flatbed stacked with milk crates around the corner and slowed when she saw us. Maya worked dairy and frozen overnight, and she moved through the store with the efficient irritation of a person who had 2 kids at home, a mother recovering from knee surgery, and 0 patience left for adult nonsense. She was from Reading, always wore her dark hair in a clipped knot, and kept a purple box cutter on a retractable cord at her hip. "What'd I miss?" she asked. "Somebody's art project," Ron said. Maya leaned over the handle of the flatbed. "That's a lot of effort for peas." "Grab the spill kit," Ron said to me, "and defect that bag." "I can get it," Maya said. Ron shook his head. "Calvin's already here. You've got milk." Maya looked at me, not in a worried way, more like she was checking whether I was about to make something weird out of something simple. I forced a shrug. "Yeah, I got it." The freezers hummed on both sides of the aisle, a deep, constant mechanical note that you usually stopped hearing after the first hour of your shift. That night, I heard every layer of it. The compressors cycling low and heavy. The fans whispering behind metal grates. The occasional click from a thermostat. Above it all, the fluorescent lights buzzed with that faint insect sound they made when the store was empty enough to listen. I walked down the aisle. The freezer doors reflected me in pieces. My red vest, my pale face, my hand gripping the pricing gun too hard. Behind my reflection, Ron and Maya stood near the aisle entrance, distorted in the glass by stacked pizzas and bags of broccoli florets. The peas made small wet pops under my shoes. Halfway down, I noticed the second wrong thing. The freezer doors on the left were all closed, but the temperature strips inside them did not match. Door 1 read 2 degrees F. Door 2 read 1 degrees F. Door 3 read 0 degrees F. Door 4 read 14 degrees F. Door 5 read 3 degrees F. I stopped in front of door 4. Inside were frozen dinners. Salisbury steak, meatloaf, chicken Alfredo. Little rectangles of cardboard lined in neat rows behind glass, all covered with a faint bloom of frost. The strip thermometer hung from a plastic hook near the fan vent, its red line resting too high. 14 degrees was not warm enough to melt anything fast, but it was wrong. Wrong enough to write down. Wrong enough to pull product if it stayed there. "Ron," I said. He came closer, gum snapping once. What? Door 4's reading 14. Ron stepped up beside me and squinted through the glass. Damn it. He tapped the door with one knuckle. Again, Maya made a sound behind us. That one was fine at midnight. You checked. I check because you tell me to check. Ron opened the door. Cold air rolled out, carrying the stale, papery smell of frozen cardboard and freezer burn. The fan inside was running, but not right. Instead of a steady whir, it made a soft, uneven scraping sound, like a playing card in bicycle spokes. Ron reached in and touched the side of a frozen dinner box. Still hard, he said. Probably strips bad. Maya stepped past me and pressed 2 fingers to a box on the top shelf. Feels okay, but the fan sounds like garbage. Maintenance ticket, Ron muttered. We already have 3 maintenance tickets. Then we'll have 4. He closed the door harder than he needed to. From the front of the store came a bright, electronic chirp. All 3 of us looked toward it. The customer service desk phone. 1 ring, then nothing. Ron frowned. Who's calling the desk at 3 in the morning? Maya said. Maybe the same artist who did the peas. The overhead lights flickered once. Not out. Not even close. Just a short dimming, a blink. The kind you could blame on a compressor kicking on or a storm miles away. But in that blink, every freezer door turned dark at the same time. And for a fraction of a second, the reflections in the glass looked like people standing too close behind me. Then the lights steadied. Ron rubbed his forehead. I hate this building. That was something he said a lot. It usually meant the drains backed up again, or the roof leaked over seasonal candy. Ridgemont Fresh had been a foodway before it changed ownership. And before that, according to Ron, some kind of discount furniture place. The ceiling tiles did not match. The back hallway smelled permanently of damp cardboard. Half the security cameras had better views of hanging sale signs than actual people. Still, the store looked normal if you did not work there long enough to notice where it didn't. Aisle 12 sat at the back corner, farthest from the registers and nearest the stockroom. On one side were frozen meals, vegetables, potatoes, and breakfast foods. On the other were ice cream, frozen fruit, pizzas, and the glass door case nobody liked opening because the handle shocked you if you dragged your feet first. At the far end was a pair of gray swinging doors marked employees only, leading into a narrow service corridor, and then the walk-in freezer. Above those doors was an old white speaker that had not played music in years. As I stood there, it clicked. Just once. Maya heard it too. Her face shifted. Ron looked up. What now? The speaker clicked again. A thin burst of static came through, then a half second of something that might have been a voice if you wanted badly enough to make it one. 12, then nothing. Maya stared at the speaker. Did that just say 12? Ron shook his head immediately. Too fast. Intercom bleed. Front desk handset probably off the hook. The phone rang once, I said. Exactly. But nobody answered it. Ron gave me a look. Calvin. He used my name like a warning, the way managers do when they sense an employee pulling them toward a problem that might require paperwork. I shut up. My private flaw, if I'm honest, was not fear itself. It was worse than that. I did not trust my own reaction to fear. I could stand in the dark. I could hear a noise and go check it. I could open the door nobody else wanted to open. But I could not stop wondering whether the moment something actually mattered, I would stall again. Whether my body would become furniture while someone else needed me to move. So when Ron looked at me like I was being dramatic, I swallowed the rest. Maya didn't. That speaker hasn't worked since I started. It's wired, Ron said. Wired things make noise. Deep, she said. He ignored her. Clean the peas. Check the door temp in 20. If it's still high, we pull the case. Maya pointed at the bag standing upright near the back. You want to explain that? I want to finish inventory before corporate asks why we spent 8 hours hunting pea ghosts. There it was, the line, stupid enough to break the tension. Maya snorted despite herself. I laughed once, mostly because she did. Ron looked satisfied, like laughter proved the world was back in order. He turned and headed toward the front, radio crackling on his belt. I crouched by the bag. It was the cheap brand, Ridgemont Value, with a blue stripe and a picture of peas so shiny they looked fake. The top was torn open in a straight line, not ripped raggedly. Cut. The seam had been opened clean with something sharp. I looked toward Maya's purple box cutter. She caught me doing it. Seriously? No, I said quickly. You think I'm making pea trails now? No, good. Because if I was going to lose my mind in this place, I'd do better than vegetables. She said it dry, but her eyes stayed on the bag. I picked it up. The plastic crackled stiffly. Most of the peas were still inside, clumped together from thawing and refreezing. On the back of the bag, someone had pressed a white markdown sticker over the barcode. That stopped me more than it should have. Did you sticker this? I asked. Maya leaned in. No, why? The sticker was blank except for the black outline where the pricing gun should have printed numbers. It was one of mine. Same roll. Same size. I looked at the pricing gun in my hand. The roll inside had a section missing. That could happen. I used those stickers all shift. I stuck them to boxes, shelves, damaged product, my own sleeve when I was tired. Someone could have peeled a blank one off the roll from the prep table. Someone could have found an old loose sticker. What? Maya asked. I turned the bag slightly so she could see. Her expression tightened. Okay, that's annoying. Yeah, not scary. Annoying. I didn't say scary. You were thinking it loudly. Before I could answer, something bumped inside the freezer case behind us. A soft thud. We both turned. It came from the ice cream side, door 7, the one with novelty bars and bulk tubs on the bottom shelf. Maya stepped over the pea trail and reached for the handle. Wait, I said. She paused. I hated that I'd said it. It came out sharp and thin. Maya looked at my hand, which I had lifted without meaning to. What? Just don't yank it open. If something fell, it could spill out. That was a reasonable sentence. Good. Practical. Not cowardly. Maya accepted it with a nod and opened the door slowly. Cold rolled around our legs. A box of ice cream sandwiches had slid forward and rested against the inside of the glass. Nothing else moved. Maya picked it up. See, then she stopped. On the shelf behind where the box had been, there was a strip of receipt paper. It was curled from cold and tucked under the wire rack. Maya pulled it out with 2 fingers. The print was faded blue-black thermal ink. At the top was the Ridgemont Fresh logo, then a list of items: milk, cigarettes, canned peaches, cat litter, birthday candles, frozen peas. At the bottom, where the date should have been, the paper had gone gray and oily from moisture. Maya turned it over. Someone had written on the back in black marker, "Not after 3:10. We stood there with the freezer door open, cold air pouring around our shoes. The fan hummed. A drop of thawed water slid from the rubber gasket and tapped the tile. Maya read it again under her breath. Not after 3:10. I looked at my watch. 3:09. From the front of the store, Ron's voice came through his radio, distorted by static. "Calvin, Maya, either of you near Frozen?" Maya grabbed her own radio from her waistband. "Yeah, why?" There was a pause long enough that I heard the scrape of the bad fan again. Then Ron said, "Security monitor just showed somebody going through the freezer doors." Maya looked past me toward the gray employees-only doors at the far end of aisle 12. They were closed. I had been facing them the whole time. Nobody had gone through. Ron continued, "Black coat, hood up, could be one of the college idiots. Don't approach if they're messing with product. Just tell me if you see them." Maya pressed the button. "Ron, we're in the aisle. Nobody passed us." Another pause. The freezer doors gave back our reflections in long, pale strips. "Then check the back," Ron said. Maya's thumb stayed on the radio button, but she didn't answer. The receipt paper trembled slightly in her hand, not because she was shaking, but because cold air from the open case kept catching the curled edge. At the top of the aisle, a customer coughed. We both turned hard. A man stood near the frozen waffles, blinking like he had just walked into a conversation he regretted overhearing. Trevor Nash, 19 male, was a community college student from Mechanicsburg who came in most nights after his gas station shift, always in the same navy jacket, always buying microwave burritos and orange soda. He had earbuds hanging around his neck and a patchy blonde beard he kept trying to make happen. Trevor said. "You guys open." Maya shut the freezer door. The normalcy of him almost made me angry. His wet sneakers squeaked. His basket held 2 burritos, a soda, and a pack of powdered donuts. His cheeks were pink from the cold outside. He looked real in a way the aisle suddenly did not. "Yeah," I said, "we're open." Trevor's eyes moved from the peas on the floor to the receipt in Maya's hand. "Cool. I just need waffles too." Maya tucked the receipt into her vest pocket. Ron's voice came again through the radio. "You checking or not?" I looked at Maya. She looked at the gray doors. The sign above them was old enough that the black letters had started to peel at the corners. "Employees only. Authorized personnel beyond this point." Beneath it, somebody years ago had stuck a freezer safety notice that listed procedures in neat red bullets. "Wear gloves. Do not block door. Report faulty latch. Never enter alone." Never enter alone. That part was real. Posted by corporate. Sensible. Boring. The receipt in Maya's pocket felt less real, but it was paper. Ink. Marker. The clock over the dairy bunker clicked from 3:09 to 3:10. Nothing happened. No scream. No crash. No lights going out. Trevor opened the waffle door and stood there comparing prices while cold vapor folded around his knees. Ron said, "Guys," Maya exhaled. We checked together. Quick look. Door stays propped. I wanted to say no. wanted to say we should call Ron back here, review the camera, lock the back hallway, do every sensible step before pushing through those doors. I wanted to say the receipt was a dumb prank, and also that I did not want to test whether dumb pranks had rules. Instead, I heard myself say, "I'll grab the freezer gloves." Maya nodded once, and the door wedge. Trevor looked over his shoulder, waffles in hand. "Everything okay?" Maya gave him the customer service smile, thin and automatic. "Just equipment acting up." He accepted that because customers usually do. They believe the store belongs to itself, that people like us disappear into back rooms and fix things they don't have to think about. I walked to the end cap, where we kept the blue thermal gloves hanging from a hook. My shoes crushed 2 more peas. The sound was small, wet, final. Behind me, Maya stood facing the employee doors with one hand on her radio and the other near the box cutter at her hip. Ron kept asking for an update. Trevor's freezer door side shut. The bad fan scraped behind the glass like it was trying to catch on something. At 3:11 a.m., we had 2 choices. We could tell Ron we saw nothing, clean the peas, and pretend the receipt meant nothing until the camera footage proved otherwise. Or we could open the back doors and check the walk-in freezer before whoever, or whatever entirely human idiot, had gone in there found a way to make this our fault. Maya looked at me. "Calvin," she said, quieter than before. "You coming?" I slid my hands into the oversized blue gloves and picked up the rubber door wedge from the bottom shelf. "Yeah," I said, but I did not move right away. Because from the other side of the gray doors, through 6 inches of insulated wall and the endless hum of refrigeration, came 3 slow knocks. Not loud, not desperate, measured, like someone reminding us there was a schedule. The 3rd knock faded into the freezer hum, and for a few seconds, nobody said anything. That was the part I remember most clearly. Not the knocks themselves, the space after them. Maya stood with her hand halfway to the push bar on the employee doors, her shoulders lifted just a little under her red vest. Trevor had stopped pretending to read the waffle prices. Even Ron, over the radio, went quiet after asking, "What was that?" I held the rubber, wedged so tightly the edge bent against my palm. Maya turned her head, not enough to look away from the doors. "Ron, tell me you're seeing us on camera." Static. Then Ron said, "I see you 2 in Frozen. Trevor's behind you, nobody else. Can you see the back hall? Camera 6 is frozen." Maya gave a laugh with no humor in it. "Of course it is." "No, I mean the feed's frozen," Ron said. "It's showing 2:47. The automatic doors at the front of the store whispered open and shut somewhere far away, though I didn't hear footsteps afterward. The building breathed through its vents. The bad fan behind freezer door 4 kept scraping in uneven loops. Trevor said, "Should I, go?" Maya snapped, "Yes." At the same time, Ron said through the radio, "No, wait." Trevor froze with his waffles in one hand and his basket in the other. Maya pressed her radio. Why would he wait? Because if someone's in the back, I don't want customers wandering near exits alone until I know what's going on. He's standing in the freezer aisle, Ron. He can come to the front. Trevor looked at me like I got to decide whether he was part of this now. I hated that. He was just a kid buying freezer waffles after work. He had oil stains on his jacket cuffs, and one earbud still glowing blue against his collarbone. "Go up front," I told him. "Stay by Ron. Is this a robbery thing?" "No," Maya said. "Maybe," Ron said. Maya closed her eyes for half a second. Helpful. The knocks came again. 2 this time. Slower. Maya stepped back from the doors. Did 2, and my heel landed on a P. It burst under my shoe with a soft, wet click that made me flinch harder than the knock had. Ron's voice came through the radio, lower now. "Nobody open anything yet. I'm calling the non-emergency line." "Non-emergency," Maya said. "You want me to call 911 because somebody knocked?" "I want you to decide if this is an intruder, a freezer malfunction, or a prank before we stand here until breakfast." That was Maya. Fear made her sharper. Ron's fear made him procedural. Mine made me split in 2, one part cataloging everything, the other part trying not to become useless. I checked the clock above dairy. 3:13. The concrete problem showed itself less than a minute later. A shrill alarm started in the back, not the store alarm, not the fire alarm. This was higher, thinner, and mechanical, coming from behind the gray doors in short, repeated pulses. Beep, beep, beep. Maya's face changed. "Walk and temp alarm," she said. Ron swore over the radio. "Are you sure?" "Pretty sure, unless we installed a microwave back there." Beep, beep, beep. I had heard the alarm once before, during a summer thunderstorm when the freezer compressor failed, and we had to haul $30,000 of product into a refrigerated trailer. The sound wasn't loud from the aisle, but it drilled into you because it meant time was turning expensive. Frozen food does not politely wait while managers debate risk. If the walk-in warmed too much for too long, every case of meat, vegetables, ice cream, and seafood in that room became trash. Worse, if a person was inside and the door latch jammed or the internal release failed, the alarm meant more than spoiled food. It meant cold turning dangerous. Ron said, "What's the panel reading?" "It's in the hall," Maya said, "behind the doors." Another pause. Then, "Calvin, Maya, do not enter the walk-in. Check the hallway panel only. Prop the doors. Stay on radio." Maya looked at me. "That's almost reasonable." Almost. Trevor started walking backward toward the front, then stopped near the end cap. "Do you want me to call somebody too?" Ron said. "Trevor, come to customer service." Now, Trevor obeyed that tone. His sneakers squeaked away, then broke into a nervous half-jog. Maya pushed the employee doors open with the toe of her shoe. I shoved the rubber wedge under the right-hand door so it stayed open behind us. Cold air did not hit us immediately. That was the first thing wrong back there. The service corridor behind aisle 12 was usually 10 degrees cooler than the sales floor. A narrow, cinder block passage with metal shelving on one side and rolling bakery racks shoved wherever people felt like abandoning them. That night, it felt damp instead of cold. The floor was wet in patches, not flooded, just slick, shining under the fluorescent tubes. The freezer alarm pulsed from the far end. Beep, beep, beep. The corridor smelled like cardboard, spilled milk, and something metallic under it. Not blood exactly. More like a wet shopping cart handle after rain. I lifted my radio. "Ron, we're in the back hall. Floor's wet. From where?" "If I knew, I'd say." Maya shot me a look. Ron didn't like sarcasm from me. The hallway panel was mounted beside the walk-in freezer door, about 30 feet ahead. Its display glowed red. The walk-in door itself was closed, a thick insulated slab with a vertical handle and a fogged little pressure release valve near the top. A bakery rack stood in front of it. That was the second wrong thing. It was one of the tall stainless racks used for bread trays, but this one had been wheeled sideways across the freezer door and locked in place with a yellow pallet strap looped through the handle. The strap was cinched tight enough that the rack's wheels had turned inward under the strain. Maya whispered, "What the hell?" Ron heard the edge in her voice. "What? Freezer doors blocked." "Blocked how?" "Rack strapped to the handle." Ron did not answer right away. I looked down the corridor and saw something on the floor near the rack. More peas, not scattered now. Crushed. A green smear dragged toward the drain grate by receiving. Maya noticed it too. "Someone was back here," she said. The alarm kept going. Beep, beep, beep. The panel display became clear when we got closer. Walk-in freezer. 28 degrees F door open event. 0304 temp rising call service. 28, Maya said. "Jesus." Ron's voice jumped. 28, that's what it says. That can't be right. It's on the panel, Ron. I could feel the cold from the walk-in door now, faint and uneven around the edges, like the seal wasn't catching properly. Under the alarm, there was another sound. Thump. Maya and I both stopped. Thump. From inside the freezer. Not knocking now. Hitting. Then a voice. Muffled male, raw from shouting. Hey, can you hear me?" Maya grabbed my arm. I almost dropped the wedge. Ron's voice cracked through the radio. "What's happening?" "There's someone in the walk-in," Maya said. The voice came again. "Open the door, please." Every piece of me wanted to move and did not move. That old training room feeling slid over my shoulders. The EMT dummy. The fake blood. The instructor saying my name. A room full of people waiting for me to do the simple thing everyone else would do. Maya was already at the rack, yanking at the pallet strap. "Calvin," she said. "Knife," I blinked. "Calvin," I fumbled for my box cutter, remembered I didn't carry one on a cord like Maya, then grabbed for the safety cutter clipped inside my vest pocket. My fingers felt oversized in the blue thermal gloves. The voice inside the freezer shouted again, weaker now. "It's jammed. I can't open it." Maya's purple cutter flashed out. "Move," she said. She sliced at the pallet strap. Once, twice. The strap fibers frayed but did not break. She swore and sawed harder. Ron said, "I'm calling 911. "Do it," Maya snapped. The word 911 changed the air. It made the store feel less like our workplace and more like a scene that would have a report number. I pulled one glove off with my teeth, dropped it on the wet floor, and grabbed the strap barehanded. Maya cut while I twisted. The plastic webbing finally gave with a loud snap, and the rack jumped forward, its wheels squealing. From inside the freezer, the trapped man shouted, "Hurry!" We shoved the rack aside. The walk-in handle should have opened when Maya pulled down. It didn't. She pulled again with both hands. The latch gave half an inch and stuck. "Pressure lock," she said. The freezer alarm pulsed faster. Beep, 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 beep. "Internal release," I yelled through the door. The man hit it from the other side. "Broken, it's busted. Please, man." Something about his voice snagged in my memory, but not enough to place it. Maya put her shoulder into the handle. "Help me," I got beside her. Wet floor under my shoes. Left hand on the handle, right hand braced against the metal frame. "Pull on 3, she said. 1, 2, 3. We pulled. The latch screamed. The door opened 2 inches, and cold air punched through hard enough to sting my eyes. A hand shot into the gap, not reaching gently. Clawing, Maya yelled and jerked back. The door slammed on the man's fingers. He screamed, a real scream, not movie clean. High at the start, then broken into a coughing sob. "Open it," he cried. "Open it, open it. Don't stick your hand in." Maya shouted back, furious, because fear had to go somewhere. "Move your hand." Blood dotted the edge of the door seal. Just a few spots, bright against gray rubber. My vision narrowed to those spots. For half a second, I was gone again. Not fainting, not blacking out, just stuck. My body stayed there, crouched in a damp hallway, while my mind went flat and blank around the sight of injured fingers. Maya saw it. "Calvin," she said, softer but urgent. "Look at me." I did, not the blood, the handle. Pull the handle. That got through. I grabbed the handle. We pulled again. The door opened with a rubbery pop. A man spilled out onto his knees, coughing hard enough to gag. He was in a black coat with the hood up, just like Ron had said. One hand was clutched against his chest, fingers bent and bleeding where the door had caught them. His jeans were wet from the knees down. Frost clung to his eyebrows and the stubble on his chin. Maya grabbed the back of his coat and dragged him clear of the threshold. He tried to stand and almost fell. "Sit," she said. "No, no, no," he gasped. Close it now." "We need to keep it open," I said. "Temp alarm, close it." His voice cracked. "He's still back there." Maya and I froze. Ron said over the radio, "Who is he? What did he say?" The man looked past us toward the open freezer door. His eyes were wide and red-rimmed, but not glassy. He wasn't drunk. He was terrified and painfully awake. His name came later, but he introduced himself in fragments then. Nathan Price, 37 male, was a delivery driver from York who worked overnight routes for a regional frozen food distributor. He had a badge clipped inside his coat and a habit, even while shaking, of checking the hallway behind him between every sentence. He said he had arrived for an unscheduled drop-off, found the receiving buzzer unanswered, and come inside through the loading bay when someone opened it for him. He thought it was staff. He thought wrong. "Who's still back there?" Maya asked. Nathan shook his head too fast. I don't know his name. He locked me in, inside the freezer. He was wearing one of your vests." Ron's voice cut in. "That's impossible." Maya looked toward the open freezer. Cold fog drifted low across the threshold. Inside, I could see metal shelving, stacked cases, hanging strip curtains at the far internal doorway, and the blue-white glow of the emergency light. The alarm panel said the door open event had started at 3:04, but Nathan had only been knocking after 3:10. Someone had blocked the door from outside. Someone wearing a store vest, according to him. That meant either Nathan was lying confused, or we were not accounting for one more person in the building. "What did he look like?" I asked. Nathan looked at me, and something passed over his face. "He had a mask," he said. "A ski mask?" Maya asked. "No," Nathan swallowed. His teeth clicked once. like a clear face shield, a stocking under it maybe. I don't know. He didn't talk much. Ron said, "Police are on the way. Everyone come to the front now." Maya pressed her radio. "Nathan needs medical." I called 911. "Bring him." Nathan grabbed Maya's wrist. She flinched but didn't pull away. "No," he said. "Listen, my truck is still docked." "So?" Maya asked. He pointed with his injured hand and winced. "Refrigerated trailer, it's running." He put something in it. I heard him, cases moving. Then he came back and strapped the door. "Who?" I asked. "I don't know." Maya's jaw tightened. "Ron, did we have a frozen delivery scheduled?" "No." Nathan shook his head. "It was added late. Dispatch called me. Emergency transfer. Your store number, your manager code." Ron went silent. That silence made Maya look at the radio. "Ron, I didn't approve a transfer." The freezer alarm kept beeping. The panel still flashed 28 degrees F. Every second with the door open made the temperature worse, but closing it felt suddenly stupid. There might be someone inside. There might be product tampered with. There might be a staff vest on a stranger. There might be a truck at the loading dock containing whatever this was really about. And there was a trapped, injured delivery driver sitting on the wet floor, breathing too fast. I pulled my phone out and tried to call 911 myself, partly because doing something felt better than standing there. No service. Not unusual in the back corridor. The cinder block walls killed reception. I held it higher. One bar flickered, then vanished. "Ron," I said into the radio, "how far are police?" Dispatcher said units are responding. That could mean 4 minutes. It could mean 15. At 3:17 in a grocery store near the highway, it depended on who was already out. Maya crouched in front of Nathan. "Can you walk?" "I think so." "Any numbness, chest pain, trouble breathing?" He stared at her. "I was locked in a freezer." "I know, answer me." That steadiness in her voice did something useful. Nathan nodded shakily. "Fingers hurt. Feet hurt, I'm cold. Breathing's okay." Maya looked at me. "We get him to the break room. Warm, not hot towels. First aid kit." Ron said, "No, front registers, cameras, visibility. Break rooms closer. Front has exits." "And customers," Maya snapped. The word customers hit all of us at once. Trevor was up front with Ron. Maybe other people had entered when the doors opened. A 24-hour store was never truly empty. Somebody could be in cereal. Somebody could be in the bathrooms. Somebody could be walking into Frozen right now with a coupon and no idea that the back hall had turned into a crime scene. Ron's radio crackled again, but this time it wasn't his voice. A burst of static. Then, faintly, from the dead white speaker above aisle 12 behind us, "Frozen associate to aisle 12. The old announcement system clicked off. Maya slowly stood. Ron whispered over the radio, "I didn't make that page." Nathan began to cry. Quietly. Not dramatic. Just a choked sound he tried to hold behind his teeth. "He said there were rules," Nathan said. Maya looked down at him. "Who said?" "The guy." Nathan wiped his nose with his sleeve, leaving a wet shine on the black fabric. "When he shut me in, he said if anyone opened the freezer after 3:10, he'd start with the truck." I looked toward the loading dock end of the corridor. Beyond the walk-in freezer, around the bend past receiving, something metal clanged. Once. Then the low growl of a refrigerated truck engine changed pitch. Nathan turned toward the sound with pure panic on his face. "No," he said. "No, no, he's moving it." Ron shouted through the radio. "Stay where you are." Maya looked at me. For once, she didn't have a quick answer. The problem had stopped being a weird aisle, a bad freezer, a prank with peas. Now it had a clock. A man had been trapped in a warming freezer. Police were not there yet. The walk-in was climbing toward unsafe temperature. Refrigerated trailer was still docked, possibly holding stolen or tampered product, maybe evidence, maybe something worse. And whoever had arranged this had either access, a uniform, or enough knowledge of our routines to fake both. The loading dock alarm began to chirp. That meant the bay door was opening. If the truck pulled away, we could lose the only thing Nathan was sure mattered. Maya grabbed the radio. "Ron, lock the front doors. Keep Trevor with you. Tell dispatch the suspect may be at the loading dock." Ron answered, "Do not go after him." Maya was already looking at me. I knew what she was asking. Not because she wanted to be brave. Not because she thought we were cops. Because the loading dock was 30 seconds away. And if the trailer left before police arrived, we would spend the rest of the night explaining why we heard it go and did nothing. My hand still smelled like rubber glove and metal. My heartbeat was too high. I could feel the place inside me where I might freeze again. Maya said, "Calvin, get Nathan up." We moved together. Nathan shook his head hard. "Don't go there." The truck engine revved. The dock plate rattled. The choice we had been avoiding made itself smaller and uglier. We could retreat to the front and wait for help while the truck pulled into the dark behind the store. Or we could take Nathan, keep the freezer door wedged, and cut through receiving toward the loading dock long enough to hit the emergency stop, pull the bay chain, or at least get a plate number before the person in the red vest disappeared. From aisle 12, the dead speaker clicked again. This time the voice was clearer. "Freezer aisle closes in 2 minutes." Maya's eyes did not leave mine. "Now," she said, and because Nathan could barely stand, because the police were still somewhere beyond the glass doors and sodium lights and empty roads, because every sensible procedure had already failed one step at a time, I hooked my arm under the injured driver's shoulder and followed Maya deeper into the back of the store. Maya moved like she already knew the back of the store would betray us. She kept one hand out, fingers brushing the cinder block wall, counting the turns without looking down. From the freezer hallway, the store branched in 3 directions: left to the dairy cooler and break room, straight to receiving, and the loading dock, right through the double doors back to aisle 12. We went straight because the dock alarm was chirping, and Nathan Price was making a sound between a wheeze and a prayer every time the refrigerated truck engine changed pitch. He was heavier than he looked. That is not an insult. Fear adds weight. So does cold. Nathan's legs worked, but badly, his knees buckling whenever his boots hit a wet patch. I had one arm hooked under his shoulder, my fingers clenched around the slick nylon of his black coat. His injured hand was tucked against his chest, wrapped in a dish towel Maya had snatched from a bakery rack as we passed. Blood had started to soak through in 3 narrow stripes. "Don't let him take it," Nathan kept saying. "Don't let him take the trailer." Maya glanced back. What's in it? I don't know. Then why does it matter? He wanted it to matter. That was not an answer, but it was enough to keep us moving. Behind us, Ron's voice chopped through the radio. Maya, Calvin, stop. Police are 5 minutes out. Dispatcher says do not engage. Copy, Maya said, which meant nothing, because she did not stop. The back corridor opened into receiving, a wider concrete space behind the sales floor where pallets of canned goods, paper towels, and bottled water sat wrapped in plastic under buzzing lights. The air back, there usually smelled like cardboard dust and forklift battery acid. Now it smelled like diesel exhaust sneaking in through the dock seal. The layout was simple if you knew it. The loading dock sat on the north wall, 2 bays side by side. Bay 1 was where normal grocery deliveries came in. Bay 2, the smaller one near the compactor, was for frozen and refrigerated freight because it was closer to the walk-in. Nathan's truck was backed into Bay 2, its white trailer pressed against the black rubber dock bumpers, refrigeration unit growling above the cab like a lawnmower running behind a closed door. The bay door was halfway up, not fully open, not closed. Halfway meant someone had hit the chain and walked away. Cold air spilled from the trailer mouth, but the dock seal gaped on one side. Trailer had started to pull forward by maybe 6 inches, enough that the dock plate groaned at an angle, caught between the building and the trailer floor. Maya stopped hard. I almost ran Nathan into her. Plate S still down, she said. What does that mean? I asked. It means if he pulls away, it drops, Nathan said, or tears out. The truck's reverse lights glowed red against the dock wall. Then they blinked off. Maya swore and ran for the yellow emergency stop button mounted by the bay controls. That was our first attempt. Stop the truck the way the building was designed to stop it. She slapped the button. Nothing happened. The refrigeration unit kept growling. The trailer stayed where it was. The bay light kept flashing amber. Maya hit it again, harder. Come on. I dragged Nathan toward a stack of soda pallets and leaned him there. Sit. He grabbed my vest with his good hand. Don't go near the trailer. We're not going in. That's what I said too. Maya yanked the bay chain. The metal links clattered through her gloves, raising the door another few inches instead of lowering it. Wrong chain, she muttered. There were 2 chains, one for manual open, one for close, and in the bad light they looked the same. She grabbed the other and pulled. The bay door descended with a rattling scream. For 2 seconds, I thought it would work. Then the door hit the angled dock plate and stopped. A motor whined overhead. The chain jerked in Maya's hands. The door shuddered against the plate, reversed 6 inches, then stopped again. Safety sensor, she said. The truck engine revved. The trailer lurched forward another inch. The dock plate shrieked. Nathan covered his ears with his elbows and folded over, breathing in short, panicked bursts. I shouted toward the cab. Hey, Maya spun on me. Don't stand in line with it. Too late. I had already stepped into the open lane between Bay 2 and the pallet stacks. The driver's side of the cab was visible through the narrow gap between trailer and wall. Tinted window. Side mirror. A person-shaped dark mass behind the wheel. Police are coming, I yelled. The cab door opened. Not all the way, just enough for something to drop out and hit the concrete. A red Ridgemont vest. It landed in a wet heap near the dock steps. Then the cab door shut, and the truck went still. The refrigeration unit kept running. Maya lifted the radio. Ron, suspect, might be in the cab. Black or dark clothing. He just dumped a vest. Ron's voice came back thin. Police are 2 minutes out. They were 5 minutes out 30 seconds ago. That's what dispatch said. I looked at the dumped vest. The name tag pinned to it caught the overhead light. CALVIN. For a second, my name did not mean my name. It looked like a brand. A label someone had stuck on a thing. Maya saw it too, her face closed. I didn't, I started. I know, but she said it fast. Too fast. She did know, mostly. Nathan stared at me from the soda pallets. That's yours. No, I said. It was not mine. Mine was on my body. But the name tag was printed exactly like ours. Same black plastic. Same scratched corner near the C, as if it had been made from a photo of mine or stolen and copied. I thought of the blank markdown sticker on the P's. Something from my tools, my work, my name placed where it should not be. The cab door opened again. Maya raised both hands. Stay back. A shape tumbled from the driver's seat. It hit the ground hard and rolled down the 2 metal steps. Nathan screamed. I did too, almost. The shape was a person, or looked like one. It lay face down beside the truck, black hood up, arms bent wrong, not moving. Maya froze. I froze. There it was again, my body voting against me. Then the shape hissed. Not a breath. Air. The black hood shifted, and a pale, flattened face turned toward us. A mannequin head. The body collapsed in on itself as the air rushed out of a contractor trash bag stuffed inside a hoodie and jeans. A black balloon, maybe, popped somewhere under the clothing with a sharp plastic snap. The terror of it broke into embarrassment so quickly it made me nauseous. Misdirection. A decoy. A stupid, effective decoy. Maya got there first, kicking the hoodie aside with her boot. It's fake. Ron, it's fake. No suspect visible. The radio answered with static. Then the overhead lights in receiving went out. Not the whole store. Emergency strips stayed on, low and red along the exit signs. The refrigeration unit sounded louder in the dark. The bay amber light kept flashing, painting the dock in yellow pulses. Nathan whispered, "He's still inside." "Inside where?" I asked. He pointed with his good hand, not at the cab, at the trailer. The trailer door was open by a foot. I had not noticed because the bay door and dock plate blocked most of it. A narrow, black vertical gap stood behind the hanging plastic strips, breathing cold vapor into receiving. Maya said, "No, we are not entering that trailer." "Good," I said, though my voice cracked. That was the first attempt failed. The emergency stop did nothing useful. The bay door could not close because the dock plate jammed it, and the suspect had used a fake body in the cab to freeze us in place and waste time. We had stopped the truck from leaving only because the trailer was still caught on the dock plate. The trap had tightened, not loosened. The radio squealed. Ron's voice returned frantic. "Front doors just locked by themselves." Maya snapped. "What do you mean locked?" "I mean the automatic doors aren't opening. The crash bar on the side exit is armed but jammed." "Trevor, S with me." I'm trying the manual override. The store was no longer just a store. It was a map of blocked exits. Maya looked toward the corridor we had come from. We go back, front. Now, Nathan shook his head. No, the freezer aisle. We're not using the freezer aisle. We cut through dairy. That was our second attempt. Abandon the dock, get Nathan to safety, regroup with Ron and Trevor, and wait for police behind lights and cameras. Maya grabbed one side of Nathan, I grabbed the other, and we dragged him away from the dock. His boots scraped. My lower back burned. The wet concrete made every step a negotiation. From Bay 2 came a long metallic groan. The dock plate shifted behind us. Maya shouted, "Move." We did. The plate slammed down with a crash that shook dust loose from the overhead ducts. The sound rolled through receiving and into my ribs. If we had still been near the trailer, it would have taken a foot, maybe more. Nathan made a broken noise. "Keep walking," Maya said. The dairy cooler entrance was halfway down the corridor on the left. A heavy sliding door marked "Keep Closed." Beyond it, a short cold room led to the back of the milk shelves, and then a side service door near the break room. It was not meant as a shortcut for customers, but employees used it all the time. Maya reached the handle and pulled. It didn't move. She put both hands on it and pulled again. A padlock hung through the safety hasp. Maya stared at it. That shouldn't be there. No one padlocked the dairy cooler from the outside during open hours, ever. People worked inside. People could get trapped. I looked back toward receiving, toward Bay 2 and the partly open trailer, and then toward the freezer corridor behind us. The freezer aisleway was behind us. The dairy shortcut was blocked. The front was locked, according to Ron. "Who has keys?" I asked. "Ron, maintenance. Maybe store director. Do you?" "No," Nathan whispered. "Rules." Maya turned on him. "Stop saying that. I'm telling you what he said. I don't care what he said." "I do," Nathan snapped, suddenly loud. "He put me in there and told me what would happen if I didn't listen. Then everything happened exactly when he said." "What rules?" Nathan shut his eyes like he was trying to replay a recording. "Don't open frozen after 3:10. Don't use the dairy hall. Don't call the front. Don't trust the red vest." I felt Maya look at me when he said the last one. I did not blame her. Fake vest with my name was still back by the dock. Ron broke in over the radio. "I hear sirens." For one clean second, relief cut through everything. Then his voice changed. "Wait, no, that's not outside." We heard it too. A rising wail, distant but growing, echoing through the store speakers. It sounded like police sirens filtered through bad ceiling audio, warped and too smooth at the loops. Maya lifted her radio. "Ron, that's the PA, not sirens." "I know that now." The fake siren cut off. A click. Then the aisle speaker voice again, flatter this time, as if someone was holding a phone up to the intercom microphone. "Cleanup needed in frozen foods." Maya whispered, "He's in the office." Ron heard her. "No one's in the office. I'm looking at it." "Then where's the PA handset, customer service, and the manager station? An old phone by Meet, 3 locations. A person could page from any of them if they had access. Or the system could be patched. Or someone could have found a way into the old lines. It did not require ghosts. That made it worse. Ghosts do not know where the PA handsets are. Trevor came on Ron's radio in the background, voice high and thin. "There's a guy by the carts." Ron shouted away from the radio, "Stay behind me." Maya and I stopped breathing at the same time. "Ron," I said, no answer. "Ron." A crash from the front of the store carried all the way back. Metal on tile. Shopping carts, maybe. Then Trevor yelling. Then Ron. "It's a coat. It's just a coat. Damn it." Another decoy. I could picture it too clearly. A black coat hung over a line of carts by the vestibule, shaped like shoulders in the bad entrance light. Enough to pull Ron away from the service desk. Enough to make Trevor panic. Enough to spend another minute. Nathan sagged between us. "He's splitting us." "Yeah," Maya said, "and we're letting him." Her calm was starting to crack. Sweat had flattened hair to her temples despite the cold. Her forearm was scraped where the bakery rack had caught her. My hand still stung from the pallet strap. A red line had risen across my palm, sticky with dust. The dairy shortcut was locked. The front was compromised. The dock was behind us. The freezer corridor remained the only open path back toward aisle 12. We were being shaped, not chased, shaped. That was the part that made it feel intimate. Whoever was doing this understood the building well enough to close one route, suggest another, and make each choice feel like ours. Maya pulled her box cutter and went at the dairy padlock's plastic tag, then the hasp. Metal scraped. "Nothing. Waste of time," she muttered. I looked at the nearby shelf. Cleaning chemicals, shrink wrap, a mop bucket, a red-handled bolt cutter that should have been chained to the compactor cage. "Maya," she followed my eyes. The bolt cutter was there, but the jaws had been zip-tied shut with thick black ties. 4 of them. She laughed once, almost impressed. "Of course." Grabbed my safety cutter and started sawing at the ties. The blade was too recessed for thick plastic. It nicked one, slipped, and sliced the side of my thumb. Damn it. Blood welled up immediately. Not much. Enough. Maya took my hand, glanced at it, and let go. "You're fine, press it." The old shame in me rose hot. "You're fine, press it." That was exactly what I needed, and exactly what embarrassed me. Nathan's knees buckled again. "We have to move," Maya said. "Where?" She pointed to the freezer corridor. "Back the way we came. The worst way. The only way." We started moving again, slower now. Nathan leaned more heavily on us. Every few steps, he muttered something about his feet. Frostbite was a word I did not want to think about. My thumb throbbed. Maya's breathing had turned harsh, controlled but too fast. When we reached the freezer corridor, the temperature had changed. It was colder. The walk-in door, which we had left wedged open, was now shut. The rubber wedge lay in the hallway, split cleanly in half. Maya stopped. I looked at the door. The alarm panel no longer read 28 degrees F. It read 18 degrees F. That should have been good. The freezer was cooling back down. Product might be safer. But the door had been closed after we left, and the wedge had been cut. Someone had passed through here while we were in receiving. Someone close. Ron said over the radio, quieter now. "Police are outside." Relief hit again, then stumbled. "Outside where?" Maya asked. "Front lot. I see lights through the doors. They're trying to get in. Automatic doors still won't release. I'm going to the side exit. Ron, don't separate from Trevor. He's with me." A loud buzz sounded from somewhere above us. The freezer aisle lights beyond the employee doors flickered off, then on, then off again. The employees' only doors swung inward an inch, then stopped, as if someone on the other side had pushed them gently and let go. Maya raised the box cutter. I shifted Nathan behind me, which was brave for maybe half a second, until I realized I had nowhere to put him. The doors opened wider. A black hood appeared. I did not think. I grabbed the nearest thing on the shelf, a plastic case of gallon vinegar jugs, and hurled it. The hooded figure jolted back and fell. Maya lunged forward. "Wait," Trevor screamed. The hood came off. Trevor Nash sat on the floor in aisle 12, one hand raised, vinegar spreading around him from a cracked jug. He had put on a black hoodie under his jacket because he was cold at the front. And when Ron went to the side exit, he panicked and ran back toward us. "Don't hit me," he yelled. "Jesus, don't hit me," misdirection again, but this one was ours. Fear had dressed Trevor as the thing we expected and made me hurt an innocent kid. Maya crouched. "Are you cut?" "No, I'm wet." "What is wrong with you people?" "Later," she said, and hauled him up. Trevor's eyes landed on Nathan. "Is he okay?" "No," I said. Behind Trevor, the freezer aisle looked wrong in the alternating light. Freezer doors on both sides reflected broken pieces of us. Maya with the cutter, Nathan sagging, Trevor soaked with vinegar, me holding my bleeding thumb against my vest. The pee trail was smeared now, dragged by shoes into green streaks. At the far front of the store, police lights flashed blue and red through the windows. They were real this time. Then the sprinklers came on. Not everywhere. Only aisle 12. Water burst from two ceiling heads near frozen breakfast, hissing down in hard white cones. The fire alarm did not sound, just sprinklers. Cold water hammered the tile, the freezer doors, the peas, the paper signage. Trevor shouted and stumbled back. Maya grabbed Nathan under both arms and dragged him clear of the spray. "Why sprinklers?" I yelled. Ron's radio answered with nothing but static. Water spread fast across the tile. Then the freezer cases began to pop. Not explode. Electrical trips. Sharp cracks from the lights inside the doors as water found old wiring, followed by a heavy clunk from somewhere in the ceiling. The entire freezer aisle went dark, except for the red exit sign glowing above the employee doors. The automatic freezer doors, seals hissed as they lost power. Maya looked toward the front. A metal security gate was lowering between aisle 12 and the front half of the store. It was the overnight theft gate, the one used during remodels and emergency closures, a rolling grill that came down from a ceiling track just past the frozen end cap. I had never seen it used during business hours. I did not even know it still worked. Ron shouted through the radio, his voice barely recognizable. The system triggered lockdown. Get out of frozen now. We had maybe 6 seconds. Maya shoved Trevor forward. Run. Nathan could not run. I could have let go of him. I did not. Maya took his other side, and together we dragged him toward the dropping gate. Trevor slid under first, landing hard on the other side. Maya ducked and pushed Nathan's shoulders down. The gate hit his delivery backpack and snagged. Nathan screamed. Pull, Maya shouted. I pulled from one side, Trevor from the other. The metal grill chewed into the backpack strap. Maya slashed it with her box cutter. The strap gave, and Nathan rolled under, coughing. Maya dove after him. I was last. The gate dropped to waist height, then knee height. I got one leg under before it hit the floor. For one awful second, I was pinned at the calf, metal pressing my shin into the wet tile. Pain flashed up my leg, bright and sickening. Maya grabbed my vest and pulled. Trevor grabbed my arm. I kicked, scraped skin off my ankle, and slid through as the gate locked down behind me with a final electric thunk. We were on the front side now, past the end cap, soaked and shaking. Aisle 12 was behind the grill, dark and raining. The employee doors to the back corridor were still visible through it. So was the old white speaker. It clicked once. Then the PA voice, almost gentle, said, "Thank you for shopping Ridgemont Fresh." The police were at the front doors. We could see them through the windows. Ron was waving at them from the customer service desk, Trevor shouting beside him now, pointing back at us. But between us and the front was another lowered grill. The store had divided itself into sections, or someone had divided it. Maya stared at the locked gate ahead, then at the locked gate behind. We were trapped in the middle run of aisles, frozen behind us, pantry and household ahead, emergency lights overhead, sprinklers flooding the floor behind the gate. Nathan was on the tile, injured and hypothermic. Trevor was shaking so hard his wet hoodie dripped onto his shoes. My leg throbbed where the gate had pinned it, and my thumb had started bleeding again through the wet paper towel Maya had wrapped around it. From somewhere behind the dark freezer aisle, metal wheels squeaked. A cart moving slowly, coming from the employee doors. Maya lifted the box cutter with a hand that was no longer steady. The point of no return was not dramatic. It was mechanical. A locked gate behind us. A locked gate ahead. Police visible, but unable to reach us. And the only person who knew the rules, somewhere in the back of the store, finally pushing his cart toward us. The cart wheels squeaked once, then stopped. Water hammered down behind the gate in aisle 12. The sprinklers had turned the freezer aisle into a narrow strip of bad weather, all glare and spray and flashing reflections. Past it, through the dark metal grid, the employee doors hung open. Something waited in the shadow beyond them. Not a monster, a person. That made it worse in a way I still have trouble explaining. A monster would have been simple. You could scream at a monster, and nobody would ask later why you didn't follow procedure. Maya stood in front of Nathan with her box cutter raised, but her hand shook. Trevor had backed into a shelf of paper towels and knocked 3 rolls loose. They bounced once on the floor and rolled toward my feet like the store was still trying to sell us things. "Police," Ron shouted from the front, though he was behind another locked grill, and the officers were still outside the glass. "Stay where you are," a laugh came from the freezer side. Soft, tired, human, the cart rolled forward. The man pushing it wore a red Ridgemont vest over a black rain jacket. The clear face shield Nathan had mentioned covered his face, fogged from his breath, and underneath it, he had pulled a dark nylon stocking over his features, flattening his nose and mouth into something smudged. He moved with no hurry, both gloved hands on the cart handle. Inside the cart were freezer bags, a coil of yellow pallet strap, a bolt cutter with its jaws zip tied open now, a roll of blank markdown stickers, 2 black hoodies, and my real name tag. My fingers went to my vest. The name tag there was gone. I had not noticed when. Maybe when I dragged Nathan. Maybe when Maya pulled me under the gate. Maybe earlier in the aisle, when fear gave the night too many hands. The man stopped at the other side of the rear grille. He was 10 feet away, separated from us by the locked metal gate, close enough that I could hear his breathing, damp and nasal under the stocking. Maya said, "Back up." He tilted his head. "Back up," she said again. "Police are outside." He reached into the cart and lifted my name tag between 2 fingers, showing it to me like a prize in a claw machine. "Calvin Mercer," he said. His voice came through a small speaker clipped inside the shield. Not robotic exactly, more like a cheap drive-through microphone, tinny, flattened. Trevor whispered, "Oh my God." The man ignored him. He clipped my name tag onto his vest. That tiny click made my stomach turn. Nathan tried to sit up. "That's him." Maya stepped closer to the gate. "Who are you?" The man looked past her at Nathan. Delivery drivers should read instructions. Nathan's face folded, anger breaking through the panic. "You locked me in. You opened the wrong door. You trapped me in a freezer." The man's shoulders lifted, almost a shrug. Maya said, "What do you want?" He reached into the cart again and pulled out a handheld store radio. Not ours, a spare, maybe from the office charger. He pressed the side button. The PA speaker above aisle 12 clicked. His voice came from above and in front of us at once. "Freezer aisle rule number 1, he said. "No one leaves until the count is right." Maya glanced at me. Count. Inventory. Ron had mentioned inventory before all this went bad. Frozen inventory was that night. We had been counting cases, scanning tags, correcting corporate numbers. The man lowered the radio. I said, "You're stealing product." He looked at me for the first time, not startled, interested. The pieces slid together too late. The fake emergency transfer, the refrigerated truck, the blocked camera, the temperature alarm, the staged decoys keeping us moving where he wanted. It was not random. It was a theft disguised as a crisis, or a crisis built to cover a theft. Frozen product was expensive, especially meat, seafood, specialty medicine deliveries, sometimes stored temporarily in the freezer for chain pharmacies. But why all the theater? Maya got there next. You needed us away from receiving. The man tapped the cart handle with 2 gloved fingers. Ron shouted from the front, "Officers are forcing the doors. It's over." The man raised the radio again. The front automatic doors clacked. The officers outside stepped back. Something beeped near the customer service desk. Then the lights over the front registers went out. Ron swore. The grill between us and him stayed locked. The man had a remote access. No, not magic, not supernatural. Store systems were old. Security shutters had a panel in the manager office, another near receiving, and a fire override in the front vestibule. Someone who knew the building could move through the weak points. But he was here now, with us. "Your cameras are recording," Maya said. He shook his head. "Some. Enough." He lifted the clear shield slightly and scratched the stocking near his cheek. Underneath, his skin looked pale and irritated. Then Then he pushed the cart hard into the gate. The metal grill rattled. Trevor yelped. Maya did not move. The man pushed again. The gate held. It was meant to stop people with carts full of stolen groceries, not a determined man using it like a battering ram. But the lock still caught in the floor track. He leaned close to it. "Rule 2, he said through the speaker, voice buzzing. "Don't trust the red vest," Maya whispered. "He's trying to scare us." "He's doing great," Trevor said. The man reached into the cart and brought out something small and black, a remote trigger. Maya yelled. Down, we dropped. A sharp pop cracked from behind us. Not a gun, not an explosion. One of the freezer case lights behind the rear gate burst under the sprinkler water, showering glass inside the locked aisle. Trevor screamed anyway and covered his head. Nathan curled around his injured hand. I hit the floor on my bad leg, and pain flashed white behind my eyes. The man shoved the cart again. The rear grille jumped, not open, but one side lifted half an inch from the floor where the track had been loosened. He had prepared that too. Maya saw it. Calvin, paper towels. What? Jam the track. Her mind worked while mine still counted pain. I grabbed the fallen rolls and shoved them toward her. She kicked them under the loose edge of the gate, then stomped them flat against the track. Not enough to stop it forever. Enough to foul it. The man rammed the cart again. The gate lifted, caught on the compressed paper towels, and shuddered. He looked down. Maya said, "Trevor, shelves." Trevor blinked at her. Now, the aisle we were trapped in was the household aisle on one side and pantry overstock on the other. Paper towels, detergent, plastic bins, mops. Maya pointed at a rolling display of 12-pack soda stacked at the end cap. "Push it." Trevor moved because being told exactly what to do is sometimes the only mercy fear gives you. He threw his shoulder into the soda display. It barely moved. I limped over and pushed with him. My calf screamed. My thumb slipped on wet cardboard. "Again," I said. We pushed again. The display rolled 6 inches. The man rammed the rear gate a 4th time. The paper towel jam tore apart. One wheel of his cart punched through the lower gap, metal scraping metal. Maya slashed at the wheel with her box cutter. The blade snapped. She stared at the broken stub. The man laughed again, short, almost embarrassed for her. Nathan grabbed a loose can of tomatoes from the shelf beside him and hurled it. It hit the gate, burst at the seam, and sprayed red pulp through the bars. The man flinched. Not much. Enough. Trevor and I shoved the soda display across the aisle, blocking the space between shelves. Maya grabbed Nathan under his arms and dragged him behind it. It made a barricade of cardboard and plastic bottles that would not stop a determined adult for long, but it changed the shape of the fight. The man could not come straight through if he got the gate up. He would have to climb, shove, or go around. "Ron," Maya yelled into her radio. "Manual release for the middle gate." Ron's answer crackled. "Key is in the office." "Where in the office?" "Lockbox." "Code," a pause. "Ron," corporate changed it. Maya looked like she might throw the radio at him. Of course they did. The man had crouched at the gate. He worked something at the floor track with a pry bar from the cart, slow and practiced. He did not need to rush. We were contained. Nathan was hurt. Police were outside. Ron and Trevor's open world had been narrowed into locked sections and bad angles. My phone had one bar, then none, then one. I opened the camera. Not a call, not a message. Recording. My thumb left blood on the screen. I hit record and held it up. The man saw the phone. For the first time, he moved fast. He jammed the pry bar under the gate and heaved. The lower corner rose with a metallic shriek. Maya shouted back. The cart smashed through the gap, tipping sideways, spilling its contents across the wet tile. The man followed on his stomach, crawling under the lifted grill with a fluid awkwardness that made him look less prepared and more desperate. The face shield scraped the floor. I grabbed the nearest thing on the shelf, a bottle of laundry detergent, heavy, blue, slippery. I swung it like a brick. It hit his shoulder, not his head, and burst. Detergent slicked the floor between us. The man grunted and kept coming. Maya jumped on his arm. Trevor kicked the cart toward him. Nathan tried to stand and collapsed. Everything turned close and stupid. No music, no clean choreography. Just grunts, wet shoes, metal rattling, Trevor crying while he kicked again, Maya yelling, "His hand, get his hand," and me trying to pin a man who was stronger than he looked, because panic had burned everything soft out of him. He got one hand around Maya's wrist. She punched him in the face shield with her broken cutter handle. Once, twice. The plastic cracked but didn't break. He drove his knee into my bad leg. I dropped. Pain folded me inward. The phone skidded out of my hand, still recording, and stopped under the shelf facing us. The man grabbed Maya's hair. Trevor hit him with a mop handle. The handle snapped. The man turned on him. "Leave him," Nathan shouted and threw himself forward, tackling the man's legs. It was not graceful. Nathan was half frozen, injured, and shaking. But his weight took the man down into the detergent slick. The face shield hit the floor, cracked. The speaker clipped inside it squealed. Maya got her knee into the man's back and yanked at the stocking. He bucked hard, throwing her off. I crawled toward them, grabbed the yellow pallet strap from the spilled cart, and looped it around his right wrist because it was the only thing my hands could do. He twisted. The strap burned across my cut thumb. I held on. Maya caught the other end and pulled. Together, we cinched his wrist to the lower bar of the gate. Not tight enough, not clean enough. He screamed then. Real voice, not the speaker. "Let go." The voice underneath was older than I expected. Maya froze. Dale, Ron, from the front, shouted, "What?" The man jerked against the strap, but the knot had caught around the gate bar. Maya stared at him. Dale Pritchard. The name meant nothing to me for 1 second. Then it did. Dale Pritchard, 44 male, had been a former assistant manager at Ridgemont Fresh before I started. I knew him only as a warning in break room stories. The guy fired after a frozen inventory audit found missing seafood, pharmacy overflow mishandled, and falsified temperature logs. Ron had mentioned him once as a paperwork disease with keys. Maya had worked under him for 3 months and hated the way he smiled when correcting women. The stocking had ripped near his mouth. He spat detergent foam onto the tile. Maya said, "You absolute lunatic." Dale pulled against the strap. "They blamed me. You were stealing. They were dumping loss on me. You locked a man in a freezer. He wasn't supposed to open the door early," Maya punched him, not hard enough to knock him out, hard enough to make his head snap sideways against the gate. Maya, I said. She looked at her hand like she had surprised herself. Dale started laughing, but it broke into coughing. A pounding came from the front doors. Police had a pried tool at the entrance now. The glass flexed but held. One officer shouted something I couldn't make out. Ron yelled from the front, "The fire department's coming with cutters." Dale heard that and stopped laughing. His free hand moved toward his jacket pocket. Maya grabbed his wrist. Too late. He pulled a small box cutter, the same kind we used. He slashed at the pallet strap. I threw myself onto his arm. The blade caught my forearm. A hot line opened from wrist to elbow, not deep enough to kill me, deep enough that blood came fast and bright and made Trevor sob. No, no, no. This time I did not freeze. Maybe because there was no room for it. Maybe because pain gave my body an instruction. I grabbed Dale's wrist with both hands and slammed it against the floor until the cutter skittered away. Maya kicked it under the shelf. Nathan, pale and shaking, shoved the tipped cart harder against Dale's shoulder, pinning him sideways against the gate. Dale gasped. "You don't know what's in the trailer." Maya leaned close. "Then tell us." His eyes moved behind the torn stocking, toward the back, toward Frozen. "The count," he whispered. "It has to match." The sprinklers behind the rear gate sputtered and slowed. Water dripped from the ceiling in heavy taps. In the sudden reduction of noise, we heard a new sound. The truck engine. Starting again. Nathan's head jerked up. "No," Dale smiled through the torn stocking. Maya grabbed his collar. "Who's driving?" Dale said nothing. The refrigerated truck growled louder, somewhere behind the building. Somehow, while Dale had been with us, someone else had gotten to the cab. Or the truck had remote start. Or Dale had left it running in a gear timed by vibration and brake pressure. I did not know enough about trucks to know what was possible, but I knew the sound of a vehicle pulling away. The dock plate had fallen. The trailer was free. Maya looked at Ron through the front gate. "Tell police truck is moving," Ron relayed it, screaming. Outside, one of the officers ran from the front doors toward the side of the building. Another stayed, still trying to force entry. Dale strained against the strap, suddenly frantic. "You should have stayed in the aisle," Maya said. "Why?" He looked at me then, not at Maya, me. "Because now he knows which one is you." The sentence landed with no meaning at first. Then the PA clicked. Not above aisle 12 this time. Above us, the middle aisle speaker. The voice that came through was not Dale's speaker voice. It was younger, calm, barely out of breath. "Rule 3, it said, no witnesses in the count room." Ron shouted, "Who is that?" Dale closed his eyes. Maya looked at him. "Dale, who is that?" For the first time, he seemed afraid of something other than being caught. "My son," he said. The lights over the middle aisle went out. Complete darkness for 1 second. Trevor screamed. Then emergency red came on. In that red, Dale ripped his wrist halfway free. Skin tore. He howled and lunged not away, but toward Maya, head down, shoulder first. He hit her in the ribs. They went down together. The gate behind them clanged. I grabbed Dale's vest and pulled. My cut arm burned. He elbowed me in the jaw. My teeth clicked together, and my mouth filled with a copper taste. Nathan broken mop handle into Dale's knee. Dale buckled. Maya rolled away, clutching her side, trying to breathe. Trevor, shaking so badly he could barely stand, picked up a full bottle of bleach from the shelf. "Don't," I yelled. He froze. Not because bleach was useless, because if it burst and mixed with the spilled chemicals, we had another problem. "Throw the paper," I said, barely thinking. Paper. Trevor understood enough. He grabbed paper towel packs and shoved them over the detergent slick, making traction. I got 1 foot under me. Nathan pushed the cart again. Maya, still gasping, crawled to the loose pallet strap and looped it around Dale's ankles. Dale kicked her in the shoulder. She cried out, sharp and small. I saw red then, not the emergency light, something worse. I grabbed the mop handle from Nathan and drove it down across Dale's forearm. He dropped. The sound he made was awful. I still hear it sometimes. Ron yelled, "Fire Department S" at the side door. Dale curled around his arm, no longer theatrical, no longer issuing rules. Just a middle-aged man in a torn stocking, making hurt animal sounds on a grocery store floor. Maya crawled backward, one hand pressed to her ribs. Zip ties. What? Cart. Zip ties. The same thick black zip ties he had used on the bolt cutters had spilled from the cart. I grabbed them with shaking hands. Trevor helped. Together, we tied Dale's wrists to the bottom of the grill and his ankles to the cart frame. Ugly knots. Too tight maybe. Not police work. Survival work. Dale spat. "You think he won't finish it?" "Who?" I asked. He looked toward the ceiling speaker. The truck engine outside faded toward the back access road. Then there was a crash. Distant, heavy. Metal hitting concrete or a curb. Everyone went still. A second later, a police siren rose outside for real, sharp and close, moving fast around the building. The PA clicked once more, static, breathing. Then the younger voice said, "Dad." Dale's face changed. All the performance dropped. "Evan," he whispered. The radio in Maya's hand crackled. An officer's voice came through now, patched from Ron's side or close enough to bleed onto the channel. Truck disabled behind building. Suspect fleeing on foot east side. Need access to interior. Repeat, need access. The front grille jerked. Once. Twice. Then began to rise. Not because Dale let it. Not because we had won cleanly. Because firefighters had reached the side panel or police had found the override or Ron finally got the office key. I never learned exactly which. And honestly, it doesn't matter. What mattered was the sound. Metal climbing, link by link, opening a way out. Ron ducked under before it was fully up, followed by 2 officers with wet boots and drawn tasers, shouting commands that overlapped until they were just noise. Maya sat down hard beside the soda display and finally let herself breathe badly. Nathan put his forehead against the tile. Trevor started crying openly. I stayed on my knees with both hands pressed to my bleeding forearm, watching Dale Pritchard pinned to the gate in his stolen vest, my name tag still clipped over his heart. One officer cuffed him. Another kicked the box cutter farther away. A third asked who was injured, and all of us answered at once or not at all. Through the lifted grill, behind the police, and Ron, and flashing red emergency lights, I could see the freezer aisle. Aisle 12 looked ruined. Water pooled across the floor. The peas were gone into green mush. The freezer doors were dark, their glass streaked with sprinkler runoff. The old white speaker hung above the employee doors, still and harmless looking. Dale turned his head toward me as they pulled the stocking off his face. He was older than his voice had made him seem. Gray stubble, broken capillaries around his nose, blood on his teeth from where Maya had hit him. "You froze last time," he said. I stared at him. "What?" He smiled with one side of his mouth. I watched the training video. Then the officers hauled him upright, and his shoulder twisted wrong, and he screamed so loudly the rest of his sentence broke apart. I did not know then what training video he meant. The EMT program, store safety, some security clip from that night. It did not make sense. It still doesn't, not completely. But as they dragged Dale through the rising gate, and paramedics rushed in behind firefighters with orange bags and blankets, I looked down at my shaking hands and realized I had not frozen when it mattered. Not entirely. That should have felt like victory. Instead, I felt hollowed out. Because Dale was caught, the truck was stopped somewhere outside, and the police were finally inside the building. But the younger voice from the PA had called him Dad. And when I looked toward the employee doors at the far end of Frozen, past the water and broken light, and the cut open trail of peas, I saw the cart Dale had pushed from the back. Empty now. Almost. A single receipt lay stuck to the wet metal basket. Black marker on the back. Same blocky writing. Count still short. By the time they got me outside, the sun had not come up yet, but the sky over the Ridgemont Fresh parking lot had started to loosen from black into a bruised gray. That hour always feels fake to me now. The almost morning hour. The hour when delivery trucks idle behind strip malls, when bakery lights come on, when people in scrubs buy coffee before hospital shifts, and nobody wants to believe anything serious can happen between a produce display and a stack of paper towels. I sat on the curb near the cart return with a paramedic wrapping my forearm. He had my sleeve cut open from wrist to elbow, and every time he dabbed the wound with gauze, the skin around it jumped like it belonged to someone else. "You're lucky," he said. People kept saying that. Lucky the blade hadn't gone deeper. Lucky Dale hadn't had a gun. Lucky the sprinklers kept the broken freezer lights from starting a fire. Lucky the police cruiser had clipped Nathan's truck at the east exit before Evan Pritchard could get it onto Progress Avenue. Lucky was technically accurate. It also felt cheap. Maya sat in the back of the ambulance with a silver blanket over her shoulders, refusing to lie down even though one of the EMTs kept telling her she might have cracked ribs. She had one arm wrapped around herself and her phone in the other hand, held away from her face while she spoke to her sister. "No, I'm okay," she said, which was a lie she seemed determined to sell. "No, don't wake Mom. Just get the kids up for school. I'll call you from the hospital." Then she listened for a few seconds, closed her eyes, and said, I know, I'm sorry." Nathan Price was in the other ambulance. They had put warmed blankets over him and splinted 2 of his fingers with blue foam. His skin had gone a grayish color under the parking lot lights, and he kept asking whether his company knew he hadn't abandoned the route. A police officer finally told him, "Your dispatch has been contacted." Nathan said, "Tell them it wasn't me." The officer said, "We did." Nathan nodded, but the relief didn't reach his face. I understood that. Facts take longer to reach the body. Trevor Nash stood by Ron near the entrance, wrapped in a firefighter's jacket that swallowed him to the knees. His hair was wet and stuck up in little points. He had a paper cup of water in both hands and kept looking at the automatic doors as if they might decide to close again with him halfway through. Ron Halpern looked 10 years older than he had at the start of the shift. He had a cigarette behind one ear that he had not lit because the police kept standing too close. Every few minutes he said something like, "I should have checked the office sooner," or "I knew that side panel was bad," or "I should have called 911 the second the camera glitched." Nobody argued with him. Nobody comforted him either. There are some regrets people need to walk around with for a while before anyone helps carry them. Dale Pritchard left the parking lot in the back of a cruiser, his face uncovered, one cheek swollen where Maya had hit him. He did not look at us as they put him in. He looked at the store, not angry, possessive. That bothered me more. They caught Evan 20 minutes later behind the abandoned print shop across the access road. He was 22, male, thin, unemployed according to the first officer who mentioned it, and wearing a delivery company jacket that did not belong to him. He had slipped while climbing a drainage fence, twisted his ankle, and hidden behind a dumpster until a K-9 unit found him. No dramatic chase, no clever escape, just a scared young man with a backpack full of wire cutters, a stolen manager key ring, and 2 phones. One phone was his. The other belonged to the store. It was the old cordless handset from the meat department, the one nobody used because it barely held charge. Somehow, it still had enough battery for him to patch into the PA and make the announcements that turned our workplace into a maze of instructions. The police found a printed map of Ridgemont Fresh in his bag too, marked with highlighter. Receiving, freezer hall, dairy shortcut, front gate controls, manager station, breaker panel, PA handset locations. A plan, not a haunting, not a curse. A plan made by people who knew where the weak parts were. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. At the hospital, they cleaned and closed my forearm with 7 stitches. My leg was badly bruised where the security gate had pinned it, but nothing was broken. My thumb got glued. My jaw ached for 3 days. The doctor gave me discharge papers, antibiotics, and a look that suggested I should talk to someone about what had happened. Maya had 2 bruised ribs and a sprained shoulder. She argued with the nurse about missing work until the nurse said, "Ma'am, you were assaulted during a felony. You can take the note." Nathan had mild hypothermia, crushed fingers, and frostnip on 2 toes. He was kept overnight. The next afternoon, he sent Maya a text through Ron that said, "Tell Calvin I'm sorry, I kept saying rules. I thought if I said them out loud, they'd make sense." They didn't make sense. Not fully. But the investigation gave us enough to live with. Dale had been fired 18 months earlier, after an internal audit found thousands of dollars in missing frozen inventory, mostly seafood, specialty meats, and pharmacy overflow shipments that were supposed to be temperature logged before being transferred to another location. Dale claimed he had been set up by corporate to cover regional shrink numbers. Corporate claimed Dale falsified logs and used after-hours transfers to move product off book. The truth, according to the detectives, was uglier and more boring. Dale had been stealing. Then he got caught. Then he spent more than a year building a story where he was the victim. Evan helped because Evan believed him, or needed to, or had nothing better to believe. Together, they staged an emergency frozen transfer using old manager credentials Dale had kept from a vendor portal that apparently nobody bothered to disable. Nathan's truck was supposed to bring in legitimate product and leave with stolen high-value cases loaded from Ridgemont's walk-in and the trailer itself. Dale used the freezer alarm, security glitches, and staged threats to draw staff away, delay police, and muddy the timeline. The rules were not rules. They were pressure. Don't open after 3:10, because that was when Dale wanted the walk-in door blocked and the fake camera timestamp to become believable. Don't use the dairy hall, because Evan had padlocked it and needed us funneled toward receiving. Don't trust the red vest, because Dale intended to move through the store disguised as staff and then make suspicion stick to whoever panicked first. Me, maybe. That was the part the detective asked about twice. "Why your name tag?" she asked. Detective Laura Quinn, 41, female, was from Harrisburg, with tired eyes and a voice that stayed patient even when the question underneath was. She spoke to me in a small hospital consultation room that smelled like disinfectant and vending machine coffee. "I don't know," I said. "You didn't know Dale Pritchard?" "No, never worked with him." "No, he was gone before I started." She looked at her notes. "He made a comment to you about freezing before." I nodded. "What did that mean?" I told her about the EMT program. Not everything, enough. How I had dropped out. How I had stalled during training. How I hated emergencies because they made a person learn whether courage was real or just something they liked to imagine. Detective Quinn wrote it down. "Who knew that?" she asked. "My mom. Maybe one old instructor, a couple friends. Anyone at work." I wanted to say no. Then I remembered a night in the break room during my first month when Ron asked why I didn't finish EMT training, and I made a joke about being better with frozen pizza than femoral arteries. Maya had been there. So had 2 cashiers, a meat clerk, and maybe a vendor drinking coffee by the lockers. Stores are like that. You say one thing while microwaving noodles at 2:00 a.m., and 6 months later it lives in someone else's mouth. "I might have mentioned it," I said. Detective Quinn nodded like that did not surprise her. Dale, it turned out, had been watching us for weeks. Not every night. Enough. He came in as a customer once, bought cat litter and canned peaches and birthday candles. That was the receipt we found in the freezer case, reused as a prop. He parked near the side of the building and learned when Ron smoked, when Maya pulled dairy, when I worked frozen, when Trevor came in after his gas station shift. He had not picked us because we were special. He had picked us because we were there. That was harder to accept than being targeted for some deep reason. Randomness with homework. The store stayed closed for 9 days. Corporate sent emails full of words like incident, cooperation, remediation, and team resilience. They replaced the automatic door controls, fixed the security grills, changed the alarm codes, repaired freezer door 4, and removed the old white speaker above aisle 12. They also fired a district facilities manager for not deactivating Dale's old access credentials and suspended Ron for 3 weeks while they reviewed procedure. Maya said that was garbage. Ron said it was fair. Both of them were probably right. Trevor came back 2 weeks later with his mother, a furious woman named Janet Nash, 53, female, who pointed at Ron and said, "My son is never buying waffles here again." Trevor stood beside her, embarrassed and pale, and gave me a small wave. He had started therapy through a victim's assistance program. He still worked at the gas station. He did not walk past frozen foods anymore. Nathan visited once, too, hand in a brace, limping slightly. He brought donuts for the overnight staff and stood near the front registers without going any farther in. "Company cleared me," he told Maya. "That good means I'm not fired. That's not the same." "No," he said, "it is." He looked at me then. "You pulled me out. Maya pulled you out. You both did. I didn't know what to do with that, so I said, 'Sorry about your fingers.'" He laughed once quietly. "Yeah, me too." I went back to work after 3 weeks. Not because I was brave, because rent was due, and my mother's version of "come home until you're sorted out" had started sounding less like a safety net and more like a room with no exit. Also because some stubborn part of me didn't want Dale Pritchard to get the store too. The first night back, I stood at the entrance to aisle 12 for almost 10 minutes. They had replaced the damaged freezer doors. The floor had been cleaned so thoroughly, it smelled faintly of lemon cleaner and wet grout. The peas were gone. The case lights were bright. The old speaker had been patched over with a square white plate that did not match the ceiling tile. Maya came up beside me with a flatbed of milk. "You okay?" "No." Good, honest answer. She handed me a pricing gun. I looked at it. She said, "You don't have to work frozen tonight." "I know, you're doing it anyway." I listened to the hum of the compressors. Steady, normal, annoying. "Yeah," I said. "I think so." Maya nodded and pushed her flatbed toward Derry. She still moved carefully because of her ribs, and when she turned corners, one hand went to her side. Ron was back the next week, quieter than before, chewing nicotine gum instead of mint. Trevor did not come in. Nathan texted Maya a picture of his hand with the brace off and the message, "Still ugly, still works." Life returned, because that is what life does, even when parts of it have no right to. But I don't work frozen alone anymore. Nobody does. Corporate calls it a safety adjustment. Maya calls it the one useful thing they learned. At 3:00 a.m., whoever is assigned to aisle 12 checks in by radio. At 3:10, they step out. Not because of the receipt, not because of Dale's rules, because it is a time we can name, and naming it gives us something to hold. About a month after the arrests, I found one last thing. It was near the bottom shelf of freezer door 4, behind the Salisbury steak dinners, where a box had been pushed too far back. A white markdown sticker was stuck to the metal rail, blank, except for a faint black smudge where the pricing gun had misfired. I stood there for a while, staring at it. It could have been old. It could have been mine. It could have been stuck there before the attack and missed during cleanup. All reasonable, all likely. I peeled it off and threw it away. Then I checked the temperature strip. 2 degrees F, good. The fan ran smooth, good. I closed the freezer door and saw my reflection in the glass. Red vest, tired face, scar on my forearm, still pink under the sleeve. Behind me, Maya was at the end of the aisle, scanning yogurt, close enough that I could hear her scanner beep. Once, then again, normal sounds, useful sounds. I started facing the frozen dinners. After 3 minutes, the patched square on the ceiling clicked. Not a voice, not words, just the settling sound of plastic cooling under fluorescent lights. Probably. I did not look up right away. I finished the row first. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is My Bedroom Door Locks from the Outside Every Night at 2:17 a.m. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first time I heard the click, I thought it was the apartment settling. Not a bang, not a slam, just a small, neat metallic sound from the other side of my bedroom door at 2:17 in the morning, followed by the softest drag of something leaving the wood. I was half awake, tangled in the top sheet, 1 foot out because the radiator in my room believed February in Pittsburgh was a personal insult. The streetlight outside made a yellow rectangle across my floor. My phone glowed on the milk crate I used as a nightstand. 2:17 a.m. The building pipes knocked once behind the wall. Then my door handle turned from the outside. My name is Mara Ellison, 29, female, and at the time I was living alone in a second-floor walk-up in Bloomfield, above a closed-down tailoring shop with paper taped over the display windows. I worked remotely doing claims support for a dental insurance company, which sounds more stable than it felt. Most days were spreadsheets, customer calls, leftover pasta, and telling myself I liked the quiet because it meant I was independent. The truth was I liked being able to hear everything. Every stair creak, every car door, every voice in the alley. Quiet made me feel in control. The handle twisted down, stopped, twisted again, harder this time. I sat up so fast the sheet pulled tight around my knees. My room was small enough that I could touch the bed frame with one hand and the wall with the other if I leaned. The door was 6 feet away. Beige paint, cheap hollow core, a brass knob with a push-button lock on my side that I never used because I lived alone, and because locking a bedroom door inside your own apartment felt theatrical. "Hello," I said. My voice came out dry and annoyed, which surprised me. Like I had caught a roommate borrowing my charger. The handle sprang back up. Nothing. I waited, holding my breath in a way that made my ears fill with my own pulse. The refrigerator hummed through the wall. A truck hissed past on Liberty Avenue. Somewhere downstairs, the old radiator in the hallway ticked like fingernails against glass. Then there was a second sound, a scrape, low, careful, metal against metal. I got out of bed slowly, not because I was brave, but because my legs had gone clumsy and stiff. The floorboards were cold under my feet. I grabbed my phone first. No missed calls. No alerts from my cheap indoor camera in the living room, the one I'd bought after a package thief took a box of cat litter from the vestibule, and then, apparently disappointed, dumped it open in the alley. I switched on my flashlight and pointed it at the bottom of the door. A shadow moved across the thin line of light beneath it. Small, vertical, gone. "Who's there?" I said. This time my voice shook. Nobody answered. I crossed the room and reached for the knob. It didn't turn. For a second, my brain tried to make that normal. Maybe the knob was stuck. Maybe the door had swollen from the radiator heat. Maybe I'd hit the push button lock without remembering. I pressed the little button on my side. It clicked freely. The knob still didn't turn. I tried again. Nothing. The sound from the hallway came once more, a small tap, like the end of a screwdriver touching the plate of the lock. Then footsteps, not rushing, not heavy, just a person walking away from my bedroom door, down the short hall toward the living room. I did the dumbest thing first. I whispered, "No." Then I called 911. The dispatcher's name was Kelly, 36, female, calm in the practiced way of someone who had learned not to let anyone borrow her panic. I didn't know her name until later when she repeated it. But in that moment, she was just the woman breathing evenly in my ear while I stood barefoot in my bedroom, one hand on the jammed knob and the other clamped around my phone. "Tell me exactly what happened," she said. "My bedroom door is locked from the outside." "Are you inside the bedroom now?" "Yes." "Are you alone in the apartment?" "I thought I was." That sentence changed the air in the room. Saying it made the possibility stand up. Kelly asked for my address. I gave it to her too fast and had to repeat the apartment number. She asked if I heard anyone now. I listened. The apartment had gone back to being itself. Radiator hiss. Pipes. A bus lowering itself at the stop with a tired sigh. No footsteps. No drawers opening. No glass breaking. No one breathing on the other side of the door. "No," I said, "not now." "Is there another exit from the room?" I turned toward the window. The fire escape was outside the living room, not my bedroom. My window opened to the narrow alley between my building and the brick side of a laundromat, 2 stories above a strip of broken pallets and old snow-hardened gray. There was no ledge wide enough to stand on, no heroic climb down, just a drop and the kind of injury that would make a police report sound stupid. "No." "Can you barricade the door?" I looked at the door, then the dresser beside it, then at my own hands. "Opens inward," I said. "Okay, move away from it. Stay on the line with me." I backed up until my calves hit the bed. My bedroom smelled like sleep, radiator dust, and the peppermint lotion I kept forgetting to cap. I pulled on the sweatshirt from the chair without taking my eyes off the door. The wood grain looked fake because it was fake. thin enough, probably, to kick through if someone really wanted in. "Officers are being dispatched," Kelly said. "Do you have any weapons? A lamp?" "That's fine. Keep distance. Don't open the door if it becomes unlocked." A small, insane laugh came out of me. "I can't open it. I understand." She didn't say it like comfort. She said it like she was filing the fact in the correct drawer. "The police arrived in 8 minutes. I know because I watched the clock numbers change on my phone with a focus so sharp it made everything else blurry. At 2:25, red and blue light flickered briefly across the ceiling, softened by the cheap curtains. At 2:27, someone knocked hard on my apartment door. "This is Pittsburgh Police." The voice came from far away, muffled through 2 doors and a hallway. "I'm in the bedroom," I shouted. Kelly told me to keep the phone line open. There was talking outside my unit. A key ring. A sharper knock. My landlord kept a lockbox in the vestibule for emergencies. But apparently, the officers had to call him, because I heard the downstairs neighbor's dog go frantic, and then a man's irritated voice through the wall. The first officer through my apartment was Officer Danica Holt, 42, female, broad-shouldered and blunt, with rain shining on her navy jacket when she finally forced my bedroom door open from the hallway. Her was Officer Brian Velez, 31, male, younger, quieter, his hand resting near his belt as he scanned my room like he expected someone to be folded behind the door. The door didn't swing open neatly. It popped. Something metal hit the floor outside with a bright little ping. I was sitting on the bed by then, holding my lamp like a shovel. Officer Holt looked at me, then at the lamp. "You okay?" "I don't know." "That's fair," she said. Officer Velez crouched in the hallway. "Danica." He lifted a small, sliding barrel bolt, the kind you'd use on a shed door or a bathroom stall in a bad bar. Fresh screws stuck out of the plate, bright silver against old brass. The thing had been mounted on the outside of my bedroom door while I slept. I stared at it until the object stopped making sense. "That wasn't there," I said. Officer Holt turned her flashlight onto the doorframe. The beam caught raw curls of pale wood around 2 new screw holes. There was a faint chemical smell, sharp and oily, like hardware store packaging. The screws had been put in crooked but deep enough to hold. The bolt had slid into a catch plate someone had fixed to the door itself. "Do you have anyone staying here?" Holt asked. "No. Boyfriend, ex, family with keys. No boyfriend. My sister has a spare, but she lives in Columbus. Maintenance, landlord maybe. I don't know who he gives keys to." Officer Velez walked the apartment while Holt stayed with me. I could hear him opening closet doors, checking behind the shower curtain, stepping into the kitchen where my sink was full of 2 bowls and a mug I had meant to wash before bed. His radio crackled low. I hated him seeing the mess. That was the strange part. My door had been bolted from the outside while I slept, and still my brain found room to be embarrassed about dishes. Officer Holt noticed. "Don't worry about housekeeping," she said. "Everybody's apartment looks like an apartment at 2:30 in the morning." I nodded and almost cried because it was kind. Velez came back. "Clear. Any signs of forced entry?" Holt asked. "Front door locked when we came up. No damage. Living room window locked. kitchen window painted shut, fire escape doors latched. My camera sat on the shelf by the TV, angled toward the front door. Officer Velez pointed to it. That recording, motion activated. Can you pull it up? My hands were still shaky, so it took 3 tries to open the app. The last recorded clip was from 11:06 p.m. when I had walked past in pajama pants carrying a bowl of cereal. Nothing after that. No motion. No stranger crossing the living room. No door opening. The Wi-Fi ever go out? Velez asked. Sometimes. It's Comcast. He gave a small nod that explained many crimes and disappointments. Officer Holt photographed the bolt, the screws, the frame. She asked me the questions twice, not aggressively, just from different angles. When did I go to bed? Around 11:30. Had I taken medication? No. Alcohol. 1 glass of boxed wine with dinner. Did I hear drilling? No. Did I own tools? A small IKEA screwdriver and a hammer in the kitchen junk drawer. Any recent disputes? My upstairs neighbor stomped when I played music, but that wasn't a dispute, more like communication through floorboards. Then she asked, any history of sleepwalking? No, it landed wrong. I knew she had to ask. I knew people did things half asleep. I knew there were stories about strangers living in crawl spaces and maintenance guys making copies of keys and landlords who thought a lease meant they owned your breath. Still, the question made me feel like I had been placed gently on the suspect side of my own fear. Officer Velez found my hammer in the kitchen drawer. Dry, dusty. He found no drill, no loose screws, no packaging in the trash. The bolt itself went into an evidence bag that looked too flimsy for how much it had changed the room. My landlord arrived at 3:12 a.m. in sweatpants, a Steelers hoodie, and unlaced boots. Russell Beck, 58 male, owned 3 buildings on the block and always smelled faintly of cigarettes, even though he claimed he'd quit in 2011. He had the soft, bruised look of someone dragged out of sleep and immediately offended by being awake. What the hell happened? He asked, then saw Officer Holt's expression and lowered his voice. Sorry, Mara, you all right? I said. Someone put a lock on my bedroom door. Russell looked at the frame. His mouth opened, closed. That wasn't there. No, I said. It really was. He insisted nobody had keys except him and the plumber he said, was 70 and could barely get up these stairs without wheezing. Holt asked for the plumber's name anyway. Russell gave it. He also admitted he kept spare keys in a cabinet in his kitchen for emergencies, which made Officer Holt write longer in her notebook. By 4:00 a.m., the police were gone. That was the part I had not expected. They took the bolt. They took my statement. They told me to call if anything else happened. Officer Holt recommended I stay with someone for the night, or have someone stay with me. She said it like advice, not an order, because being frightened in your own apartment is not enough paperwork to make the world rearrange itself around you. I called my friend Nina. Nina Alvarez, 30, female, was a trauma nurse at UPMC Presbyterian and had the ability to sound awake even when she was not. She was from Eerie, lived in Shadowside, and handled panic the way some people handle hot pans, quickly and without drama. When I told her what happened, She was quiet for exactly 1 second. "I'm coming," she said. "You have work tomorrow. I work tonight, which means I'm already ruined. Pack a bag. I don't want to leave." That was true and not true. I wanted to leave my apartment. I also wanted to prove I didn't have to. That was my flaw, or one of them. I confused staying put with being strong. I had spent years building a life where nobody could tell me where to sleep, what to lock, when to answer. And the idea of being driven out by a piece of hardware made my chest feel tight with a childish, stubborn shame. Nina sighed. I could hear her moving around, keys chiming. "Mara, someone either got inside your apartment or someone made you think they did. Both are bad. Put shoes on." I looked at my bedroom door. Without the bolt, the new holes in the frame looked like little puncture wounds. The latch plate on the knob was scratched where the metal had scraped. I imagined someone standing inches from me while I slept, breathing softly, holding a screwdriver. "I need to check something first," I said. "No, you need to not turn this into one of your little investigations." "I'm not. You are. You get scared, and then you make spreadsheets." "I do not. You made one after your dentist said, 'Watch this molar.' That was preventive. That was deranged." I laughed because she wanted me to, and because the alternative was listening to the hallway. After we hung up, I put on jeans and sneakers. I packed a backpack badly, phone charger, laptop, underwear, the wrong sweatshirt, my passport for no reason. Then I stood in the living room and replayed the camera clips from the last week. Most were nothing. Me leaving, me coming back, delivery guy. Russell in the hallway last Tuesday, replacing the smoke alarm battery after I complained about the chirping. My own body moved through the frame in fast little bursts. A stranger in leggings and messy hair, living alone and thinking alone meant unobserved. At 2:17 a.m. that morning, there was no clip. But at 2:16, the screen went black for 3 seconds. Not buffering. Not the usual gray loading wheel. Black. Then the clip resumed, still pointed at my empty living room. The timestamp jumped to 2:18. I watched it 4 times. The camera had missed 2 minutes. When Nina buzzed from downstairs, I almost didn't answer because the buzzer made a harsh insect sound that snapped through the apartment. I let her in. Her footsteps came up fast, and when I opened the door, she was already holding pepper spray and wearing a puffer coat over scrubs. She looked past me into the apartment. "Where's the door?" she asked. I pointed down the hall. She went to it first, because that was Nina. She crouched, touched the screw holes lightly, sniffed her fingers, then looked back at me. "Fresh wood," she said. "Yeah, and you still want to stay here?" "I don't know." That was the most honest thing I had said all night. Nina walked through the apartment with me, checking windows, closets, under the bed, even the cabinet beneath the bathroom sink, where nobody bigger than a folded camping chair could hide. She didn't mock me for watching. She didn't tell me I was overreacting. In the kitchen, she found one thing the officers had not mentioned. On the counter beside the junk drawer, my little IKEA screwdriver lay, with the handle facing the wrong direction. I kept it in the drawer under a mess of takeout menus and rubber bands. I knew that because 2 days earlier I had used it to tighten the loose knob on my desk chair, and then dropped it back into the drawer, annoyed by how useless it was for anything with real resistance. Now it was out. Nina picked it up with a paper towel. "Mara," she said, "I didn't take that out." "I know. Maybe the cops did. They would have said, maybe Russell." She gave me a look. I stepped back from the counter. The kitchen light buzzed overhead, making everything too bright. The cereal bowl in the sink, the chipped blue mug, the screwdriver wrapped in towel like a dead insect. Outside, a garbage truck clanked somewhere down the block, metal teeth biting into a dumpster. Morning was still hours away, but the city had started making working sounds. Nina said, "You're coming to my place." I looked toward the bedroom again. My bed was unmade. The lamp was still on the floor where I dropped it. The door hung open, harmless now, which somehow made it worse. If I left, whoever did this would know they had moved me. If I stayed, I would spend every minute waiting for the next small sound at 2:17. Then my phone buzzed. A notification from the camera app. Motion detected, living room. Nina and I were both standing in the kitchen. The living room was 10 feet away, empty except for the couch, the TV shelf, and the camera facing the front door. Another buzz. Motion detected, living room. Nina whispered, "Don't move." On my phone screen, the live feed opened slowly, pixel by pixel, like it didn't want to show me all at once. The living room appeared, empty. The front door was closed. The camera image trembled slightly, as if something had just brushed the shelf. Then the view tilted a few inches to the left. Not much. Just enough that the front door slid out of frame. Nina looked at me. I looked at the hallway, at the bedroom door with the fresh holes, at the open apartment behind us. We had two choices then. Leave immediately and hope whoever had done this was gone, or stay long enough to find out how someone could move a camera in an empty room. Neither one felt safe, but one of them felt like surrender. And I was tired, frightened, and too proud in exactly the wrong way. "We should check the living room," I said. Nina's mouth tightened. "That," she said, "is the stupidest thing you've said tonight." Still, she didn't leave me standing there alone. She reached for the pepper spray, and I picked up the screwdriver. The living room looked too ordinary to be dangerous. That was the problem with it. The couch still had the fleece blanket slumped over one arm. My water glass sat on the crate I used as a coffee table, with a half moon of lip balm on the rim. The TV was black and dusty. The front door was shut, chain off, deadbolt thrown. The little rubber draft snake lying crooked along the threshold, like it had been kicked. The camera on the shelf had turned maybe 20 degrees to the left. Not enough to announce itself, just enough to stop seeing the door. I stood in the kitchen doorway with Nina behind me, both of us breathing through our noses like that made us quieter. The screwdriver felt ridiculous in my hand. Short handle, dull tip, the kind of thing you used to assemble a shoe rack, not defend yourself against whoever had bolted you into your bedroom while you slept. Nina said, barely moving her lips, "We are leaving. We need the camera." "No, we need our kidneys and skulls. It has the video. It has a video of nothing because somebody moved it." "Exactly." She stared at me, eyes wide and furious. "Mara." Nina Alvarez, 30, female, had known me since college, which meant she knew the exact shape of my worst instincts. She knew I could turn fear into a checklist. She knew that if I was given one concrete task, one piece of evidence, one loose thread, I would grab it with both hands and call that bravery. She also knew why. My father had left when I was 13, not dramatically, not with shouting or broken plates, just with a suitcase and a note on the kitchen counter. And ever since then, I had hated not knowing what happened in a room after I left it. That was the private thing I never liked to say out loud. Absence scared me more than violence. A door closing, a call not answered, a blank space in a recording. I stepped into the living room anyway. The floor gave one small creak under my heel. Nothing moved. The camera sat on the shelf beside 3 paperbacks, a ceramic mug full of dead pens, and an old framed photo of me and Nina at Prisk Isle, with wind pulling our hair sideways. The camera's little indicator light was green, alive, watching the wrong part of the room. Nina followed close enough that I could feel the heat from her coat at my back. "Do not touch anything barehanded," she said. "You were the one who touched the screwdriver." With a paper towel, genius. I picked up the camera using the sleeve of my sweatshirt and turned it back toward the door. The live feed on my phone corrected itself a second later, the front door sliding into view. No one was there. Then my phone buzzed again. Motion detected, hallway. The hallway camera didn't exist. I stared at the notification until the words blurred. "Nina, what? I only have one camera." She leaned over my shoulder. "What does that mean?" "I don't know." "Open it." My thumb hovered over the alert. For a stupid second, I thought maybe the app had glitched and renamed the living room view. Cheap camera, cheap app, cheap everything. But the thumbnail beside the notification showed a strip of beige carpet, a baseboard, and the lower part of a door. My bedroom door, from the hallway side. The view was low, angled upward, as if a second camera had been placed on the floor outside my room. I tapped it. The app loaded longer than usual. A gray circle spun in the middle of the screen. Nina muttered something under her breath that might have been a prayer, or might have been Spanish for idiot. I wasn't sure. Then the video opened. The hallway appeared in grainy black and white. My bedroom door was on the left, open now. The bathroom door stood at the end of the hall. The living room light spilled in from behind the camera, turning everything flat and pale. In the lower right corner, something black curved into frame. A shoe, not moving. Just the toe of a black shoe, close to the camera, like someone had set the device down and was standing beside it. Nina grabbed my wrist hard enough to hurt. "We're leaving." The screen froze. Then the feed went black. A small message appeared, "Device offline." I tried to inhale and couldn't get a full breath. The apartment seemed to shrink around us, not physically, but in the way every exit suddenly required too much distance. The front door was 5 steps away. The hallway was behind us. The kitchen to our right. The bedroom beyond that, open, wrong, exposed. Nina pulled me toward the front door. This time I let her. We got as far as the entry rug before the lights went out. Not all at once with a dramatic crash. Just a soft pop from the kitchen, then darkness, then the refrigerator winding down into a dead mechanical sigh. The living room vanished, except for the weak glow of my phone screen and the orange streetlight leaking through the blinds. Nina stopped so abruptly I bumped into her. "Break her," she whispered. My panel S in the basement. Of course it is. The old building made a sound around us. Pipes shifting. Wind pressing at the windows. Someone's TV thumping faintly through the floor below, meaning the whole building hadn't lost power. Only me. My Wi-Fi router blinked once on the shelf. Gone. The camera app disconnected. Nina's phone came up beside mine, flashlight on. She swept the beam across the front door. Deadbolt still locked. Chains still hanging loose. Draft snake crooked. Nothing else. Open it, she said. I reached for the deadbolt. The metal was cold. I turned it. It moved halfway, then stopped with a hard clunk. I tried again. It's jammed. No. Nina shouldered me aside and tried it herself. She was stronger than me from years of hauling patients and equipment, and her own stubbornness around hospital floors. The deadbolt shifted maybe 1/8 of an inch, then hit something solid inside the frame. She looked down. What? Move your light. I pointed my phone at the door jamb. Someone had driven a screw into the strike plate at an angle, pinning the bolt. Not a big screw, not something that would hold forever, but enough to trap us for the next few minutes unless we had tools, leverage, and calm hands. My little IKEA screwdriver suddenly felt less ridiculous. Nina looked at it in my fist. Can you get it out? I can try. No, can you? There was the tension in her voice now, the kind she used with patients who insisted they were fine while bleeding through a towel. I crouched by the door. The hallway behind us was dark. The living room smelled different without power, less like dust and radiator heat, more like old paint and the faint electrical warmth from things cooling too fast. I pressed the screwdriver tip into the screw head. It slipped again. Slipped. Careful, Nina said. I'm being careful. You're shaking. Thank you for the medical update. The third try caught. I turned. The screw moved with a dry squeak. Then the cheap screwdriver stripped the head. I sat back on my heels. No, I said. What? It's stripped. Nina took the screwdriver from me, tried once, and swore quietly. From somewhere in the hallway behind us came a tap. One sound. Metal on wood. We both turned. My phone flashlight shook across the living room wall, then the edge of the hallway. The beam caught the fresh holes in my bedroom frame, the bathroom towel hanging crooked from its hook, my bedroom beyond, pale and messy. No person. Tap. Closer this time, or maybe the dark made it feel closer. Nina raised the pepper spray. Mara, she said, call 911 again. I dialed with my thumb and got nothing. No bars. That made no sense. My phone had service in the apartment. Bad service sometimes, but service. I held it higher like an idiot. No signal. Nina checked hers. Same. Wi-Fi's out because the power. I know why the Wi-Fi's out. Her voice cracked at the end, just slightly, and that scared me more than the dark. Nina did not crack. Nina wiped blood off her shoes at 3 in the morning and ate vending machine pretzels in the break room. Nina had once told me panic was just your body trying to be helpful with bad timing. Now her eyes kept flicking from the jammed door to the hallway. The concrete problem settled around us with awful clarity. We had to get out before whoever had cut the power. And jammed the door decided to come through the apartment instead of just rearranging pieces of it. We had no working camera, no Wi-Fi, No cell signal. The front door was pinned. The bedroom window was a 2-story drop into an alley. The fire escape was in the living room, behind a door I hadn't opened since October because the latch stuck, and the landlord kept saying he'd get to it before it became an issue. Now it had become an issue. Fire escape, I said. Nina nodded once. Go. We moved across the living room in a crouch neither of us had discussed. My flashlight swung over furniture and walls, making every familiar thing jump into a new shape. Fire escape door was actually a narrow windowed door near the far corner, half hidden behind my drying rack, and a stack of flattened Amazon boxes I kept meaning to take down for recycling. It led to a small iron landing outside, then stairs zigzagging down to the alley. I shoved the drying rack aside. It collapsed with a metallic clatter that made both of us freeze. Nothing from the hallway. I grabbed the fire escape door latch. Stuck. Of course, Nina said. It always sticks. Then unstick it. I'm trying. The latch was old brass painted over so many times it had the rounded, gummy shape of a fossil. I pulled up. It didn't move. I pushed down. Nothing. The door itself rattled in the frame, but the latch stayed locked. Nina wedged the screwdriver under the painted edge and levered upward. Paint cracked in tiny white chips. The screwdriver bent. Don't break it, I said. She shot me a look. Are you planning to return it? The latch gave a 1/4 inch, then stopped. From the hallway came another sound. Not a tap this time, a slow dragging, like someone pulling the tip of a tool along the wall. It started near my bedroom door and moved toward the living room, 1 inch at a time. Scrape, pause, scrape. Nina's face changed. Not fear exactly. Decision. She pressed the pepper spray into my hand. Hold this. What are you doing? Finding something better. She went to the kitchen before I could stop her, moving fast and low. I wanted to call after her, but the scrape in the hall kept going, and some primitive part of me believed if I made a loud sound, the thing making that sound would hurry. I stood by the fire escape door with my phone light aimed toward the hallway, pepper spray in one hand, bent screwdriver in the other, thinking about all the ways I had made my apartment comfortable, and none of the ways I had made it survivable. Nina came back with a hammer from my junk drawer and a long, serrated bread knife. Absolutely not, I whispered. It's for the latch. That is not what knives are for. It is tonight. She jammed the knife between the door and frame near the latch, using the hammer to tap the handle. The blade flexed. Paint flaked. The sound seemed impossibly loud. 3 taps, 4. The scraping in the hallway stopped. Nina stopped too. We listened. Then, from the darkness beyond the living room, my bedroom door moved. Not much, just enough for the hinges to creak. I had left it open. Now it was closing. Slowly, the flashlight beam caught the door's edge inching across the frame, pushed by no visible hand from where we stood. It made a soft, brushing sound over the carpet, then stopped halfway. Nina whispered, "Is there another way into your bedroom?" No. Closet, vent, shared wall. No. But I thought of the closet then. The little crawl space panel at the back of it, painted shut, half hidden behind winter coats and an old suitcase. Russell had called it an access panel when I moved in. For plumbing, he'd said, don't worry about it. Painted shut. My stomach dropped in a slow, heavy way. "Nina," I said. "What?" "There's an access panel in my closet." Her eyes flicked to mine. The bedroom door opened again by 2 inches. The movement was so controlled it felt worse than a slam. Nina's jaw tightened. "Fire escape. Now." She hammered the knife once more. The latch snapped up. The door opened inward with a sticky tearing sound as old paint gave way. Cold air pushed in, wet and metallic, carrying the smell of alley trash and distant fryer grease from the bar at the corner. The iron landing outside glistened with freezing rain. Nina looked out first. Then she pulled back. "What?" "The stairs." I leaned beside her. The fire escape stairs were there, but the lower flight had been pulled up and hooked out of reach, the way some older fire escapes could be raised to prevent break-ins from the alley. Mine had always been down. Always. I had seen it every time I took trash out. Now the ladder section hung 15 feet below us, folded up and secured with a loop of chain. A fresh loop of chain. Silver. New. Bright even in the dark. Nina said, "Can we climb?" The landing railing was slick with ice. Below us, the alley pavement shone black. A fall from the 2nd floor might not kill us, but it could break an ankle, split a skull, make running impossible. Nina leaned out and looked down, calculating like a nurse, like someone who knew exactly what bodies did when gravity was not kind. "No," she said, "not unless we have to." Behind us, my bedroom door creaked again. Farther open. Nina turned, hammer raised. My phone buzzed in my hand. For one bright, foolish second, I thought the signal had come back. But it wasn't a call. It was a scheduled reminder from my calendar, one I had set weeks ago and forgotten. Rent, autopay tomorrow. The absurdity of it made my eyes sting. The world where rent autopay mattered was still running somewhere, clean and stupid and normal, while we stood in my living room with a jammed front door, a chained fire escape, no service, and someone or something, human, moving around near my bedroom. Nina took the phone from me and turned off the flashlight. "What are you doing?" I whispered. "Light tells them where we are." In the dark, the apartment became sound. Rain tapping the metal landing outside. Nina's breathing. The faint buzz from the dead light fixture settling. My own teeth touching because my jaw was clenched so hard. Then a voice came from the hallway. Not loud, not masked. A man's voice close to my bedroom door. "Mara," my name, spoken softly, like a question through a wall. Nina's hand clamped over my mouth before I could answer. The voice came again. "Mara, open the door." There was no door between us and him except the dark. Nina leaned so close her lips brushed my ear. "Do you know that voice?" I shook my head, but that wasn't completely true. I did not know it. I had heard it once, maybe twice, on the phone with Russell when someone had been talking in the background, in the hallway last Tuesday when the smoke alarm was being changed, or downstairs through the radiator pipes. It sat at the edge of recognition, ordinary enough that my brain kept trying to place it somewhere safe. The man in the hall said, "You're making this harder." Nina pulled me backward toward the open fire escape door. Cold rain touched the back of my neck. Her phone suddenly lit up. One bar, just one. She looked at it, then at me, then raised it slowly like she was lifting a glass full of nitroglycerin. "Call," I mouthed. She tapped emergency call. The screen changed, connecting. The man in the hallway stepped into the living room. We saw only part of him at first because the streetlight cut through the blinds in strips. Black shoes, dark pants, one gloved hand holding something long and narrow. Not a gun, not a knife. A pry bar, maybe. A flathead screwdriver big enough to punch through a latch. Nina hit speaker by accident. The emergency operator's voice burst into the room. 911, what's the address of your emergency? The man lunged. Nina threw the phone through the open fire escape door. It clattered onto the iron landing outside, still connected, the operator's voice thin and tinny in the rain. The man stopped for half a second. That half second saved us from being grabbed immediately. Nina swung the hammer. It connected with the shelf instead of him, exploding the mug of dead pens and knocking the camera to the floor. The man cursed and rushed her. I fired the pepper spray toward the shape of his face, but my hand jerked, and most of it hit his shoulder and the wall behind him. Enough caught him to make him cough. Not enough to stop him. He grabbed Nina's coat. She twisted away, leaving one sleeve half pulled down her arm. I swung the screwdriver at his hand and felt the tip scrape something hard, maybe a ring, maybe the pry bar. He hissed, not in pain so much as irritation. Then the apartment lights came back on. The sudden brightness stunned all three of us. For one clear second, I saw him. White male, 40s maybe. Pale gray hoodie under a black work jacket. Trim beard. Watery eyes squeezed half shut from the pepper spray. A red mark on one cheek where maybe Nina's hammer or the shelf debris had caught him. Latex gloves. A blue key tag hung from his belt. Not my landlord, not Russell. The man's gaze jumped to the open fire escape, then to the phone outside on the landing, still alive, still carrying a tiny, distant voice asking questions into the cold. His expression flattened. He stepped backward into the hall. "Don't follow him," Nina snapped. But I already had 2 steps, because I saw what he was reaching for. The bedroom door. He shoved it shut from the hallway side. Then came the metallic slide of a bolt. Not the one the police had taken. Another one, lower, hidden from where I'd stood before. The man ran deeper into the apartment, not toward the front door, not toward us, but into my bedroom, toward the closet, toward the access panel. Nina and I stood in the living room, the open fire escape behind us, the chained ladder below, the emergency call outside in the rain, and my bedroom door locked from the outside again. At 4:26 in the morning. This time, he was on the other side of it. And if there was really a way through the wall, then my apartment was not a locked box. It was a hallway. Nina's phone kept talking outside in the rain. That was the first thing my brain held onto, because it was easier than looking at the bedroom door. The operator's voice came thin and broken through the open fire escape door, bouncing off wet iron and brick. "Hello, can you hear me? What is the address of your emergency?" The phone lay face up on the little landing, bright screen collecting specks of rain. Beyond it, the chained ladder hung folded against the fire escape like a ladder in a museum, useful only as an example of what one should look like. Inside, the living room lights glowed too bright after the dark. The shelf was half collapsed from Nina's hammer swing. Pens had scattered under the couch. The security camera was on the floor, its green light still on, now pointed at a dust bunny and one of my socks. And down the short hallway, my bedroom door was shut again, bolted from the outside. Except the man was not outside it anymore. He had gone in. I knew the layout of my apartment the way you know the inside of your own mouth. From the front door, you entered straight into the living room. Kitchen to the right through a wide doorway. Hallway straight ahead, maybe 12 feet long. Bathroom at the end. Bedroom on the left. The bedroom, the closet was on the far wall. And in the back of that closet, behind winter coats and a suitcase I hadn't used since a bad trip to Nashville, was the painted access panel Russell had told me not to worry about. That meant if the man got through that panel, he could be behind the wall, or in another unit, or gone. Phone first, Nina said. Her voice had gone flat in the way it did when she decided feelings were not useful. Her right sleeve hung weirdly where the man had grabbed it. She had a red line across her cheek from something flying off the shelf, and her left hand trembled around the hammer, even though she was pretending it did not. Nina Alvarez, 30, female, was still the same person she had been 10 minutes ago, practical and furious. But now there was pain behind her eyes. She had tried to drag me out, and I had made us stay. I could feel that blame sitting between us, not spoken yet, but alive. "I'll get it," I said. "No, I'm closer." "That landing's slick. So is your kitchen floor when you refuse to mop." Nina, she was already moving. The fire escape landing was just outside the narrow door, barely large enough for 2 people standing sideways. Rain clicked against the iron grating. Nina stepped out with one hand gripping the frame, crouched, and reached for the phone. The operator's voice snapped clearer. "If you can hear me, make a noise." Nina got 2 fingers on the case. Then the phone slid. Not far, just enough. Skittered across the wet metal and dropped through the grating. We both made the same sound, a small, useless inhale. The phone hit the folded ladder below with a plastic clack, bounced, and fell into the alley. The screen stayed lit for 1 second on the black pavement 2 stories down, then went dark. Nina stared down at it. "Okay," she said. It sounded like she was talking to herself more than me. "Okay, that failed. Move." Behind us, in my bedroom, something thumped. Once. Heavy. Not like a footstep. Like a shoulder hitting a wall. I turned toward the hallway. The bedroom door stayed shut. "Mara," Nina said, coming back inside. "We need another phone. Mine has no signal. We need to get signal." "How?" "Window, fire escape, front door, I don't care. The phone's gone." "You still have yours." I raised it. No bars. Emergency calls only flashed for a second, then disappeared. The battery icon showed 18% because apparently terror drained lithium faster than doom scrolling. Attempt 1 had been simple. Keep the 911 call alive. It had lasted less than a minute. The only thing it gave us was a fact we did not have before. The operator had been connected long enough to hear at least something. Maybe not the address. Maybe not our voices clearly. Maybe only rain and panic. But a call existed now. Somewhere in a system, a call from Nina's phone had pinged, connected, dropped. That might bring help, or it might not. Nina shut the fire escape door, but left it unlatched. Front door again. The screw is stripped. Then, We don't use the screw." She crossed the living room toward the entry, stepping around broken ceramic and pens. I followed with my phone light on, though the power had returned, because holding light felt like doing something. At the front door, the deadbolt still sat halfway turned, caught against the screw someone had driven into the strike plate. The chain hung unused. The knob lock was free, almost insultingly normal. Nina bent close. "Do you have a credit card you don't like?" "In my wallet." "Get it, my wallet S in the bedroom." We both looked down the hall. The bolted bedroom door gave no answer. Nina closed her eyes for half a second. "Of course it is. I have a library card in the bowl. The Pittsburgh Library is about to do public service." On the little table by the entry, under mail and a cracked sunglasses case, I found my library card. Nina jammed it between the door and frame above the deadbolt, trying to reach the latch. It bent immediately. "That works in movies," I said. "This is not the time to review technique." She tried lower. The card buckled and snapped. Attempt 2, front door, failed in 12 seconds. But the attempt revealed something else. When Nina pushed her shoulder into the door, the whole frame shifted slightly, not at the deadbolt, but along the bottom corner. The door had been reinforced from outside too. Something wedged under it. A rubber doorstop, maybe, or a strip of wood. "He prepared the exits," Nina said. The words made my apartment feel colder than the fire escape air. Not improvised, not a panic reaction. Prepared. From the bedroom came a second thump, then a scrape, then a muffled cough. Nina turned her head toward it. Her jaw muscles jumped. "He's not gone," I whispered. "No, maybe he's stuck." "Good." But she didn't sound like she believed that was good. We moved to the kitchen next because it had knives, a back wall, and the breaker panel was not there, which suddenly mattered. The kitchen was small, square, and too bright under the overhead fixture. Sink on the left, stove on the right, refrigerator at the back, humming again after the outage. The painted shut window above the sink faced the same alley as my bedroom window, with the brick wall of the laundromat so close I could see individual mortar cracks when lightning flashed. The window had not opened in the entire time I'd lived there. Nina grabbed the bread knife from the living room floor where she had dropped it and used it to scrape at the paint seal. "You said painted shut," she said. "Yes. How painted? Landlord special painted. Then it opens if we hate it enough." She worked the knife along the seam. Paint curled off in gummy strips. I pulled drawers open for anything useful. Rolling pin, measuring cups, twist ties, a flashlight with dead batteries, a lighter I kept for candles, even though I never lit candles because I worried about forgetting them. The scraping from the bedroom stopped. That was worse. Nina froze with the knife still in the window seam. The kitchen had two entrances in my mind, even if technically there was only one: the wide doorway to the living room and the sound path from the hallway behind it. I could not see the bedroom door from the sink. I could see the edge of the couch, the broken shelf, and the rectangle of hallway beyond, bright and empty. Then the bathroom door at the end of the hall slammed open. Nina flinched so hard the knife jumped and cut across her palm. She swore, sharp and breathless. I yanked a towel from the oven handle and grabbed her wrist. Blood welled from a shallow slash below her thumb, red against the creases of her palm. The bathroom door wobbled on its hinges. No one came out. A roll of toilet paper bounced once across the hallway floor and stopped against the baseboard. For 2 seconds, that was the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. A white roll moving by itself from a room at the end of the hall. Then I saw the window above the bathroom shower. The tiny frosted one I always forgot existed because it was too high and too small for a person. It was cracked open now, pushed inward by wind from the alley side. The gust had caught the hanging towel behind the door, shoved the door wide, and knocked the spare toilet paper off the tank. Misdirection. Explainable. Still awful. Nina pressed the towel to her hand and laughed once, a humorless sound. "I'm going to kill your bathroom. You're bleeding. It's shallow. You always say that. Because people panic over shallow cuts. Your people." She glared at me. Window. We went back to the kitchen sink. I wrapped the towel tighter around her hand, and she took over with the hammer instead, using the claw to pry at the sash. The old paint cracked louder now. The first real progress came with a dry pop that sent flakes onto the counter. The window shifted upward half an inch. Cold air slid in. A car passed on the street beyond the building, tires hissing on wet asphalt. It sounded close and impossibly far. I wanted to scream out the window, but the laundromat wall faced us, and the gap between buildings swallowed sound into the alley like a throat. Nina pushed again. The sash rose 3 inches, then stuck, too small for us to climb through, but enough for sound. "Help," I shouted. My voice bounced off brick and came back thin. Nina joined me. "Call 911. We're trapped. 2nd floor." A dog barked somewhere below. A window slid open across the alley. Not in the laundromat, but in the apartment above it. A woman's voice, irritated and sleepy, called, "Shut up." "Please," I shouted. "Someone's in our apartment." There was a pause. Then the woman said, "Is this a joke?" "No." Nina leaned past me. "Call police. Bloomfield. 2nd floor above the old tailor." The woman disappeared from the window. For 1 second, hope moved through me so fast it made me dizzy. Then the building went dark again. This time, the outage included the hallway light outside my apartment. The sliver under the front door vanished. The refrigerator died. The living room lamp went off. Nina and I stood in the kitchen with my phone light between us and the open window breathing cold air onto our faces. From the alley came a metal rattle, the chain on the fire escape ladder. Nina's eyes widened. "He's outside." "No," I said, but I didn't know. We ran back to the living room. The fire escape door stood where we had left it, closed, but not latched. Through its glass panes, I saw movement on the landing. A shape, tall, close. I raised the hammer before remembering Nina had it. My hand held only the dead flashlight from the drawer. The shape hit the glass. I screamed. Nina moved in front of me, injured hand pressed to her chest, hammer raised. The shape hit again. Then it slid down the glass with a wet squeal. Not a person. My drying rack. When we had shoved it aside, part of it had fallen against the open door. The wind had caught it, folded it, and knocked it back against the glass from outside, where one leg had wedged through the threshold. Metal rods scraped in the rain like fingers. Nina lowered the hammer slowly. "I hate your apartment," she said. I almost laughed, but then the bedroom door clicked. A different sound from before. Not a bolt sliding, a latch turning. We both looked toward the hallway. The bedroom door opened 2 inches, 3, then stopped. A man's voice said, strained and rough from the pepper spray, "I don't want to hurt you." Nina whispered, "That is always what they say before they hurt you." The door opened another inch. I could see darkness behind it, my room beyond, no face. The man said, "You need to leave through the front." "The front is jammed," Nina called back. A pause. Then he said, "I know." There was something wrong with the way he said it. Not taunting, not apologetic, almost impatient, like we were bad at following instructions. "Who are you?" I asked. Silence. "Why are you in my apartment?" A small scraping sound came from the bedroom, low to the floor. Nina mouthed, "Don't." But I already knew what I was hearing. He was moving the bolt, not opening it, fixing it. We backed toward the kitchen, because the kitchen had the window open 3 inches, and the living room had the fire escape with the chained ladder, and the front door had been made useless. Geography turned into a cage. Every route had a flaw. The bedroom door shut again. This time, no bolt slid. Instead, something heavy scraped across the carpet behind it. Barricade. He had locked himself in my room. "My wallet," I said suddenly. Nina stared at me. "What? My ID, laptop, everything. He's in there." "Mara, I need you to choose your priorities like a person with a brain." "No, listen. My laptop is in there. So, my work laptop has my address, personal documents, saved passwords. He is physically here." I know, but why go into my room? Why not run? Why not leave through whatever access panel he used?" Nina didn't answer, because she was thinking it too. Maybe he could not leave. Maybe the access panel did not open the way we thought. Maybe he had come for something in my room and gotten interrupted. Or maybe he wanted us away from the front door, away from the fire escape, away from the parts of the apartment where anyone outside might see us. A pounding started downstairs. Both of us froze. 3 heavy knocks. Then a man yelling from below. "Police, open up." Relief hit me so hard I leaned against the wall. "They came," I said. Nina was already moving toward the front door. But halfway across the living room, she stopped. "What?" I asked. She held up a hand. The pounding came again. "Police. Open the door." It was coming from downstairs, not outside my apartment door. From inside the building's vestibule, maybe. The main entrance. That made sense. They would have to get through the street door first. Then another sound came through my own front door. A soft shuffle in the hallway outside my unit. Someone was already standing there, not knocking, not saying anything, just standing on the other side of the door while the police yelled below. Nina pointed at the gap beneath the door. A shadow blocked it. We both stepped back. The downstairs pounding continued. Pittsburgh police. The person outside my apartment door did not respond. My phone showed 1 bar again, then 2, then none. Nina whispered, "Call out." I shook my head. "If that's police in the hall, call out." If it's not, the shadow shifted. Then something slid under the front door. A folded piece of paper. It stopped on the entry rug. Nina and I stared at it. The pounding below became muffled shouting. A buzz. The sound of someone forcing the main door, or being let in by a neighbor. Real police, maybe, finally inside the building. The shadow under my door disappeared. Footsteps moved away down the hallway. Slow, controlled, not toward the stairs, toward the back of the building, where there was no public exit I knew about. Nina grabbed the paper with the end of the hammer and dragged it closer. I unfolded it with the towel wrapped around my fingers. It was a maintenance notice from my own building. One Russell had left on doors months earlier about radiator inspections. On the back, written in blocky black marker, were 4 words: "Don't let them in." Nina looked at me. The police pounded on my apartment door 30 seconds later. "Police, Mara Ellison," Officer Holt's voice. Real, familiar, sharp. I took 1 step toward the door. Nina caught my arm. "The note," she whispered. "Holt was here earlier. So was the guy. Holt knows my name. So does he." Behind us, in my bedroom, something broke. Glass. My bedroom window. A blast of cold air rushed down the hall. Then came the scrape of wood tearing away from wood, followed by a grunt of pain and a hard thud. The man was trying to get out through my bedroom window into the alley. Or someone else was trying to get in. Officer Holt shouted from the hall, "Mara, step away from the door." Nina's grip tightened on my arm. Her hand was bleeding through the towel now, drops hitting my floor in small dark spots. The decision should have been simple. Police outside. Open the door. But the screw still pinned the deadbolt, and the person who left the note had known police were coming before they reached us. Maybe to scare us. Maybe to delay us. Maybe because there was something in the hallway worse than what was in my bedroom. The bedroom window shattered further. A man shouted, not words, just pain. Then my smoke alarm screamed. Not chirped. Screamed. The one in the hallway outside the bedroom, the one Russell had replaced last week, burst into a full alarm so loud it turned thought into fragments. Another alarm joined from the living room, then, faintly, from downstairs. Smoke rolled out from under my bedroom door, thin at first, gray, real. Nina released my arm. "Fire," she said. That changed everything. Fear had choices. Fire did not. Officer Holt was yelling through the front door. Nina was bleeding. The bedroom was smoking. The fire escape ladder was chained. The kitchen window was too small. My phone had no stable signal. The intruder was either trapped in my bedroom or escaping through whatever route he had made. And the only interior exit from the apartment was still pinned shut from the inside by a stripped screw. I ran to the front door with the hammer. Nina grabbed my shoulder. "Wait, no more waiting." I swung at the doorframe beside the deadbolt. The first hit sent pain up my wrist and did almost nothing. The second cracked old paint. The third made Officer Holt shout, "Back up, we're forcing it." Nina pulled me away just as something heavy slammed into the door from the hallway side. Wood splintered around the lock. Smoke thickened behind us, carrying the bitter stink of burning plastic and old dust. The door held. Another slam. The frame cracked. Behind us, my bedroom door opened from the smoke. Not fully. Just enough for a gloved hand to reach through low, dragging something black and rectangular across the floor. My laptop bag. Then the hand disappeared. The bedroom door shut again. A bolt slid, and from inside my room, where smoke was now pouring faster under the door. The man coughed so hard it sounded like he was choking. Point of no return came quietly, inside all the noise. The apartment was no longer a place to hide in or escape from later. It was burning now, and whatever the man had come for, whatever route he had used, whatever he had built into my walls and doors and cameras, we had less than minutes before the smoke made every choice for us. The smoke made the apartment smaller than it already was. It didn't come in a dramatic black wall. It crawled first, thin and gray, sliding out from under my bedroom door and lifting in ribbons toward the ceiling. It smelled like melting cable insulation and scorched dust, the kind of bitter smell that catches in your throat before you understand it as fire. The alarms screamed over everything. 3 sharp chirps, pause. 3 sharp chirps, pause. The sound drilled straight through my teeth. Officer Holt hit the front door again from the hallway. The frame cracked another inch. "Back from the door," she shouted. Nina had one hand clamped in the bloody towel and the hammer in the other. Her face was pale under the living room light, and there was a smear of red along her wrist where the towel had slipped. She was still standing. That felt impossible and also exactly like her. "Mara," she said, coughing. "Floor, get low." I dropped to my knees. The air was better there, not good, just less awful. My eyes watered so hard the room blurred at the edges. The front door shook under another hit from the police. The deadbolt held. The screw in the strike plate had become the strongest thing in the building, which seemed like the kind of joke a person could only appreciate after surviving it. From inside my bedroom came a heavy, wet cough. Then the man shouted, "Stop," not at us, at the police, at the door, at the whole apartment maybe. Officer Holt shouted back, "Pittsburgh Police. Open this door," the intruder coughed again. "You don't know what you're doing." Nina crawled to the kitchen doorway and grabbed the bread knife from the floor. "He's trying to buy time. He's choking." Good. I looked toward my bedroom door. The lower bolt was visible now through smoke, a silver line across the outside of the door, fixed to the frame. The upper bolt had been taken by police, but the lower one had been waiting there, mounted near the baseboard where nobody had noticed it in the chaos. Whoever he was, he had built more than one way to trap me. My laptop bag sat halfway through the bedroom doorway, strap caught under the door. The gloved hand had vanished. The bag was black, nylon, ordinary, still marked with a coffee stain from 6 months ago. Smoke pushed around it in little puffs. I knew what was inside. My work laptop, my personal external drive because I backed things up badly and only when scared. Tax PDFs, lease scan, photos, passwords I had saved in the browser like an idiot. But that wasn't why my stomach turned. Inside the front pocket was my spare apartment key. I had forgotten it there after giving it to Nina once and taking it back. A little silver key on a blue plastic tag from the hardware store. Blue, like the key tag on the man's belt. "Nina," I said. "What?" "My spare key. It's in the laptop bag." Her eyes flicked to the bag. The man inside the bedroom coughed, then dragged the bag backward an inch. Not much, enough. Nina understood before I explained. He took it from there before, or copied it, later. We are doing later if we live. The front door slammed again. A chunk of painted wood broke free near the deadbolt, spinning across the entry rug. Officer Holt yelled, almost through. Then a different voice from the hall. Officer Velez, tight and urgent. Smoke's showing. Fires en route. Fires en route. Not here. En route. The bedroom alarm screamed. The living room alarm screamed. Somewhere below, a dog barked in panicked bursts. The apartment was lit and smoking and locked from every sensible direction. The man inside my room said, "I can stop it." Nina shouted, "Then stop it. I need the bag. You have the bag. I need her phone." My phone was in my hand, useless and slick with sweat. Nina looked at me and shook her head once. No, the man coughed again. There was movement inside the room, something scraping against the closet wall. I imagined him at the access panel, trying to pry it open. I imagined him pulling wires. I imagined him setting something on fire by accident or on purpose, because he was cornered and desperate. "What did you do?" I yelled, no answer. "What did you do to my room?" The bedroom door rattled from the inside. He had barricaded it, but now he was trapped by his own work. That should have felt like justice. It didn't. It felt like being locked inside a problem with someone else's bad decisions. Nina crawled close to the door, but kept to the side, not in front of it. "The bolt," she said. "I see it. Can you reach it?" The lower bolt was on our side. That was the awful, lucky detail. He had slid it shut from the outside before going in, probably through the gap, probably in the mess of smoke and movement. Now he was inside, with the bolt keeping him there unless someone released it. If we opened it, the man came out. If we didn't, the fire stayed in the room with him, and maybe with whatever had started it. Nina said, "We need to know if the fire's small." "No. If it's an outlet or a device, we can smother it. He'll come out. Police are outside. The door isn't open." She coughed into her sleeve. "Mara, smoke kills faster than men with screwdrivers." It was a terrible thing to be true. The front door crashed again. The frame screamed but held. I crawled toward the bedroom door. The carpet scratched my palms. Smoke dipped lower, stinging my eyes until tears ran hot down my cheeks. The metal bolt was warm, not burning, just warm enough to feel alive. And on the other side heard me. "Open it," he said. His voice was close to the floor. I stopped. For the first time, he sounded afraid. Not sorry, not harmless, afraid. "Move away from the door," Nina ordered. "I can't," he said. "Move. There's fire by the closet." The closet, the access panel. That was where the fire was. I looked back at Nina. Her face changed again. Fear became calculation. If the closet burns, it goes into the wall. Old Pittsburgh walk-up, dry wood, narrow cavities, shared spaces. The fire would not stay polite in my bedroom because it had started there. Officer Holt shouted, "Mara, Nina, can you hear me?" "We hear you," Nina yelled. "Stay low, we're forcing entry." Nina leaned toward me, voice low. "Open the bedroom. Then move left. I'll spray him if he comes at us." "You're bleeding." I noticed. "He has a pry bar. You have legs. Move left." My hand closed around the bolt. For half a second, I was 13 again, standing in our old kitchen in Columbus, staring at the empty place on the counter where my father's keys used to be, reading his note over and over because I thought if I understood the exact words, I could change the event. That was the thing I hated most. Doors doors closing without explanation, people leaving behind blanks. I had told myself knowledge was safety. Now knowledge was on the other side of a smoking bedroom door with a man who knew my name. I pulled the bolt. It stuck. Of course it did. I pulled harder. The metal scraped. My fingers slipped. Inside, the man coughed and said, "Please." Nina's voice cut through the alarms. Again, I yanked. The bolt slid open. I threw myself left. The bedroom door burst outward. The man fell through first, not lunging, not attacking, just collapsing onto the carpet with one arm over his face. He was still wearing latex gloves. His gray hoodie was streaked black at the shoulder. His eyes were swollen and streaming from pepper spray and smoke. The pry bar clattered beside him. Nina stepped in and kicked the pry bar away with the side of her sneaker. Then she aimed the pepper spray at him with her injured hand shaking under the towel. "Stay down," she said. He tried to rise. She hit him in the shoulder with the hammer. Not hard enough to break bone, I don't think. Hard enough to convince him. He made a low sound and flattened. I could see into my bedroom now. The bed was shoved sideways against the wall. The closet doors were open. Clothes lay everywhere, pulled down and trampled. At the back of the closet, the access panel was no longer painted shut. It hung crooked, pried open from inside my room. Beyond it was not a tunnel big enough for a secret passage. It was a service cavity. Narrow, dark, pipes, wires, old studs. Enough space for an arm, maybe a skinny person sideways if they were determined, and did not mind splinters, but not a proper hallway. A maintenance gap between apartments and plumbing runs. At the base of the closet, something burned. Not the wall, not yet. A small black device, plastic casing melted open, wires curled like burnt hair. It sat beside a cheap extension cord, plugged into an outlet, half hidden behind the dresser. Orange flame licked at a pile of fallen scarves. The second camera, or a router, or something he had planted. I didn't have time to understand it. "Nina," I shouted. She looked. "Fire extinguisher," she yelled. "Kitchen sink." I ran, not standing. Crawling, then stumbling, then grabbing the sink counter so hard my fingers hit the knife cuts in the wood. I yanked the cabinet open. Dish soap, trash bags, a half-empty jug of vinegar. No extinguisher, because I had told myself I would buy one after moving in, and then decided $17 was a lot that week. The pot rack above the stove held a stock pot. I filled it with water while smoke rolled down the hallway. Too slow. The pot grew heavy. My wrist throbbed from hitting the door. Water sloshed over the sides and soaked my socks. I dragged it more than carried it, bumping the cabinets, then the wall, then the living room floor. At the entry, the front door finally split. A shoulder came through the gap, then a boot, then Officer Holt's face, tight and red from exertion. "Move," she shouted. Officer Velez was behind her with a small battering ram. The door hung crooked now, still chained by the jammed deadbolt, but broken enough for one person to squeeze through sideways if they didn't mind leaving skin on the wood. "Fire in bedroom," Nina shouted. "Intruder down." Holt's eyes snapped from Nina to the man on the floor. The man moved, not toward Nina, toward my laptop bag. He dragged himself on one elbow and got his hand around the strap. "No," I said. It came out small, then louder. "No," I dropped the pot. Water exploded across the hall carpet and surged into the bedroom. Not enough, not aimed, more panic than plan. Some of it hit the burning scarves. Steam hissed. The flames shrank, but did not go out. Smoke thickened white and ugly. The man pulled the laptop bag under his chest. Officer Holt came through the broken door at a sideways angle, scraping her shoulder. Hands. He didn't stop. Velez squeezed in behind her. "Hands now," the man said. "You don't understand." Holt put one knee on his back. He screamed. Not from the knee. From the shoulder Nina had hit, maybe, or from panic, or because some people sound offended when consequences touch them. Velez cuffed him. Latex gloves stretched tight over his fingers. The blue key tag at his belt swung against the carpet. I saw the writing on it now. Not a number. A word. Basement. Officer Holt patted him down and found a ring of keys, a folding knife, a phone, 2 USB drives, and a small roll of silver duct tape. Velez dragged the laptop bag away from him with his boot. "Bedroom," Nina snapped. "Fire," Holt looked up. For a second, she seemed to remember the apartment was burning. Velez grabbed my half-empty pot and ran to the kitchen. I ran after him without thinking, filled it again, and this time he carried it. I followed with the jug of vinegar, which was stupid for electrical fire, and I knew it halfway down the hall, but terror makes you collect objects. "Don't throw that," Nina yelled at me. "Mara, don't you dare throw vinegar on wires." I set it down. Velez dumped the pot into the closet from the side, staying low, not touching the outlet. The flames died to angry red threads. Smoke continued to pour from the melted plastic device and the scorched fabric. Officer Holt pulled a small extinguisher from the hallway outside, probably from the common stairwell, and sprayed the base of the closet in short bursts. White powder coated my coats, shoes, suitcase, everything. The alarm kept screaming. Then, slowly, the visible fire was gone. The apartment did not become safe. It became aftermath with handcuffs. The man lay face down on my living room carpet, coughing into the fibers. Officer Holt read him rights between radio calls. Velez kicked the pry bar farther away, then checked the bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, fire escape. His movements were fast, rough, professional. Nina sank onto the floor by the broken shelf. I went to her. Her hand was worse than she had admitted. The towel was soaked through. The cut across her palm had opened wider from gripping the hammer. Blood dripped from her wrist onto one of my scattered pens. "You need stitches," I said. She gave me a look through watering eyes. "Really? My trauma nurse friend will be relieved to hear your assessment." I laughed, then coughed until my chest hurt. Officer Holt crouched near the intruder's head. "Name," he said nothing. She pressed his cuffed wrists slightly upward. "Name, Evan Rusk," he rasped. The name meant nothing to me. Then Russell appeared in the shattered doorway behind Velez, hair flat on one side, face gray. He was wearing the same Steelers hoodie from earlier, but now his eyes were fixed on the man on the floor. "Evan," he said. Everyone turned. Evan Rusk lifted his face from the carpet enough to look at him. His eyes were red and wet. "Russ." Officer Holt stood. "You know him." Russell's mouth opened and closed twice before anything came out. He did maintenance. Not here, years ago, my cousin's buildings. He helped with locks sometimes. Does he have keys to this building? Holt asked. No, too fast. Then Russell swallowed. He shouldn't. Officer Holt's stare sharpened. Nina, from the floor, said, Great answer. Russell looked at the broken door, the smoke, the extinguisher powder drifting out of my bedroom like dirty snow. I didn't know. I swear to God, Mara, I didn't know. I wanted to believe him because belief would simplify things. A bad former maintenance guy, a stolen key, a creep who knew old buildings and service cavities. Human, awful, contained. But then Velez came out of my bedroom holding the melted device with gloved fingers and a piece of towel under it. It's a camera, he said. My knees weakened. He held up another object in his other hand, a small black Wi-Fi repeater, warped but recognizable, with an SD card slot on the side. Found it behind the access panel, he said, wired into an outlet extender. Officer Holt looked at Evan. You were recording her. Evan turned his face away. The conflict resolved itself in the practical language of police work. Evan Rusk was cuffed. The fire was out. The door was broken open. Paramedics and firefighters were coming up the stairs. The apartment was no longer under his control. But the room inside me where I slept did not receive that message. I walked to the bedroom doorway and looked in. My bed was shoved aside. My closet was torn open. The access panel gaped at the back like a mouth. White extinguisher powder covered my clothes. Water soaked the carpet. Smoke had smudged the ceiling above the closet in a gray fan. Beside the closet, through the open panel, I could see the narrow service cavity and the backside of the bathroom wall. Not a supernatural passage, not a ghost, nothing impossible, just enough space for a man who knew where to place his shoulders, just enough room for wires, cameras, fingers, tools, just enough for every night at 2:17 to become something he could arrange. I turned back to the living room. Nina was being helped by Velez now, her injured hand held above her heart. She looked exhausted, furious, and alive. Officer Holt had Evan on his feet. He swayed, coughing, one cheek streaked with tears from the pepper spray. As Holt led him toward the broken front door, his head turned. He looked at me, not pleading, not ashamed, almost curious. Like even now, he wanted to see what I would do next. The hallway outside filled with firefighters, radios, boots, the smell of wet gear and smoke. Someone guided me toward the stairs. Someone else asked if I could breathe. I said yes, because technically I could. At the threshold, I stopped. On the floor near the entry rug, the folded maintenance notice still lay open. Don't let them in. Officer Holt saw me looking. We'll collect that, she said. Who left it? We'll find out. But her voice had changed. Not enough for anyone else to notice, maybe. Enough for me. Because Evan had been in my bedroom when the note came under the door. And Russell had been downstairs, arriving with the police. Or so I thought. I looked at Russell. He stood near the stairwell, pale and shaking, watching Evan disappear into the hall. He would not look at me. The fire was out. The man was caught. The door was open. But as I stepped into the smoke-stained common hallway with Nina beside me and police all around, I understood that the apartment had not been a locked box. It had been part of a system, and we had only caught the person who got trapped inside it. The paramedic kept asking me to rate my breathing on a scale of 1 to 10, and I kept giving numbers that made no sense. 6, I said, sitting on the rear bumper of the ambulance with a foil blanket over my shoulders. He listened to my lungs through the back of my sweatshirt. 6 bad or 6 fine? I don't know. Try again. 4, that's worse. Then 7. He looked at me over the stethoscope. He was maybe my age, with tired eyes and a knit cap pulled down over his ears, and I could tell he wanted to smile, but knew better. Let's stick with breathing in and out for now. The street outside my building looked wrong under emergency lights. Bloomfield at that hour was usually delivery trucks, wet pavement, and the first buses hissing along Liberty Avenue. But now, the whole block had been rearranged around my apartment. A fire engine sat angled against the curb. Police cars boxed in the alley. The old tailor shop below my unit glowed red and blue through its papered windows. Neighbors stood in coats over pajamas, arms folded, faces lit by phone screens. Everyone looked up at my windows. That was the first consequence, I think. Not the smoke in my throat or the sting in my eyes. It was seeing my private room turned into something strangers pointed at. Nina sat beside me with her left hand wrapped in thick gauze, held upright like she was reluctantly volunteering in class. He had refused the stretcher 3 times and finally agreed to sit only after Officer Velez said, very gently, "You can be stubborn sitting down." Nina Alvarez, 30, female, trauma nurse and my oldest friend in Pittsburgh, had lost color in her lips, but not her ability to glare. "He stole that from me," she muttered. "Stole what?" My line. I tried to laugh and coughed instead until my ribs hurt. The paramedic made a note on his clipboard. "Smoke exposure. You're both going in." "No," Nina said immediately. He looked at her bandaged hand. "You need stitches. I work at Presby. And tonight you're a patient." She hated that. I saw it land. Nina was comfortable being useful, giving instructions, making the room safer by sheer force of competence. Sitting there with blood drying on her sleeve and someone else checking her pulse made her jaw tighten until the muscle jumped. I wanted to say something kind. What came out was, "You saved my life." She didn't look at me. "You also almost got me killed." Yeah, that was the shape of us for a minute. No dramatic forgiveness, no speech, just the 2 truths sitting side by side on the ambulance bumper while firefighters carried equipment up and down my stairs. Officer Holt came over at 5:18 a.m., smoke still clinging to her jacket. Officer Danica Holt, 42, female, had the exhausted steadiness of someone who had been awake too long, but still had to keep everyone else from falling apart. She crouched slightly so she wasn't towering over me. "Evan Rusk is in custody," she said. "He's being transported for evaluation, then booking." "Evaluation," Nina said. "He inhaled smoke and got pepper spray exposure." Nina lifted her bandaged hand. Poor thing. Holt did not smile, but one corner of her mouth moved like it considered the option. We recovered his phone, 2 USB drives, keys, and the devices from the bedroom. Detectives will want a full statement from both of you when you're medically cleared. "What about Russell?" I asked. Across the sidewalk, my landlord stood near the vestibule with Officer Velez. "Russell Beck, 58, male, looked smaller than he had earlier, arms wrapped around his stomach, gray hair flattened and damp. His Steelers hoodie had white extinguisher powder on one sleeve. "He's being interviewed," Holt said. "Did he help him?" "We don't know yet." That answer was honest, and therefore worse. "What do you know?" Holt glanced toward the building, then back at me. "Rusk had keys marked for the basement and utility areas. Russell says those keys should have been destroyed after a maintenance contract ended several years ago. Rusk also had photos of your apartment door and the service access behind your closet." I felt the blanket crinkle in my hands. "Photos from when?" "We're still working that out, officer." She held my gaze. "Some appear recent." Nina swore quietly. The detective arrived after sunrise at UPMC, where I sat in a curtained bay with an oxygen monitor clipped to my finger and a hospital blanket that smelled like bleach. Nina was 2 rooms over getting stitches. 8, she told me later, because she liked precision even when bleeding. Detective Aaron Feld, 46, male, introduced himself with a paper cup of coffee in one hand and a notebook in the other. He had thinning brown hair, a careful voice, and the weary patience of someone used to people asking for certainty before he had any to give. He told me what they believed so far, not as a clean explanation, but as a line of ugly practical steps. Evan Rusk had done maintenance in several older buildings around Bloomfield and Lawrenceville years earlier. He knew which basements connected to utility chases, which landlords kept keys badly, which apartments had access panels that had been painted shut instead of properly secured. He had a record, not for anything like this exactly, but for trespassing, theft, and violating a restraining order filed by a woman in Millville who had also lived in a building he once serviced. "He copied keys?" I asked. "Likely, or retained them, or both." "And my camera?" "He used a local signal jammer or interference device," Feld said. "Small one, not sophisticated in a movie way, but enough to disrupt Wi-Fi and possibly cell reception in a limited area. We found one in your bedroom wall cavity, damaged by heat. So he could turn off my camera, interrupt it, move it, add his own feed. Your app credentials may have been compromised from your laptop or router. My laptop was in my room. Not always. That stopped me." Detective Feld turned a page. "Do you ever work from the living room? Every day? Do you leave it open?" I thought about my laptop on the coffee table while I showered. My password saved, my habit of convenience. All the little ordinary laziness that had not caused this, but had made parts of it easier. "Yes," I said. He nodded, not blaming me, which somehow made me feel more ashamed. The legal consequences arrived in pieces: burglary, stalking, unlawful restraint, tampering, arson-related charges pending, depending on what the fire investigation concluded, illegal surveillance, possession of tools. The words sounded too clean for what they described. They did not include the feel of my bedroom knob refusing to turn. They did not include Nina's hand around my wrist. They did not include the smell of scorched plastic in the place where I used to sleep. By noon, they let us leave the hospital. Nina had 8 stitches, irritated lungs, and strict instructions not to work for several days. She immediately called her charge nurse to argue about the schedule. I sat in the chair beside her and listened to her say, "I understand staffing is bad, but my hand is currently decorative." And for one strange minute, the world felt almost normal. Then we stepped outside, and I saw smoke on my sweatshirt. I stayed at Nina's apartment in Shadowside for 2 weeks. Her place was on the 3rd floor of a brick building with bright hall lights and a front door that slammed so hard no one could enter quietly. I slept on her couch with a kitchen chair wedged under the apartment knob, then felt ridiculous in the morning and did it again the next night. Nina did not comment. She only set a baseball bat near the umbrella stand and said, "For spiders." The first few nights, I woke at 2:17 without an alarm. Not around then. Exactly then. My eyes would open to the green glow of Nina's microwave clock across the room, and my body would prepare itself for the click. Sometimes a car door shut outside, and I sat upright before I understood where I was. Sometimes the radiator ticked, and my hand reached for a lamp that wasn't there. Once, Nina came out for water and found me standing in the hallway, staring at the front door. "You sleepwalking now?" she asked softly. "No, you sure?" "No." She didn't tease me after that. She got me a glass of water and sat on the floor with me until the microwave clock changed to 2:31. Russell called me 6 times before I answered. When I finally did, I put him on speaker while Nina sat across from me at her kitchen table, her bandaged hand resting beside her coffee. "Mara," Russell said. His voice sounded rough and older. "I am so sorry." I said nothing. I didn't know he had keys. I swear to you. He did some work for my cousin back before I bought that building. He must have copied something or found the old lockbox code. I don't know. You told the police nobody had keys except you and the plumber. I thought that was true. That's not the same as true. There was a long pause. "No," he said. "It is." He offered to pay for a hotel, damaged belongings, cleaning, a new door, new locks, anything I needed. His insurance company called later and used softer words. Incident, access failure, smoke remediation, tenant displacement. They never said bedroom. They never said trapped. The building inspection found more than I wanted to know. The basement door to the utility corridor had an old lock that matched the key on Evan's blue tag. Behind a shelving unit in the basement, there was a narrow access point into the plumbing chase that ran behind parts of my kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom closet. Most adults could not move through it easily, but Evan was lean, determined, and familiar with the layout. He had used the cavity not like a secret tunnel from a horror movie, but like a maintenance worker uses a building, knowing where to kneel, where to turn one shoulder, where old plaster gave enough space. The lower bolt on my bedroom door had been installed earlier, hidden low behind a laundry basket I kept by the wall. The upper bolt had been installed that night, after I fell asleep. Detectives believed he had entered through the service cavity, come out through the closet access panel, crossed my bedroom while I slept, and locked me in from the hallway. I asked why. Detective Feld did not give me a dramatic answer because there wasn't one. Evan had been watching, escalating, testing access, controlling moments. He had done similar things before in smaller ways, entering apartments when tenants were gone, moving objects, taking photos, leaving no obvious sign. With me, he had gotten bolder. The time 2:17 had appeared in several device logs because that was when my router usually rebooted after an automatic update glitch. A technical window, a habit in the machine, not a curse. That should have made it less frightening. It did not. The note was the last major thread they tied down. Not neatly, but enough. A teenager from the first floor rear unit, Caleb Morris, 17, male, had heard someone moving in the second floor hall after police arrived downstairs. He told detectives he cracked his door and saw a guy in a hoodie near my apartment door, but then heard police forcing the main entrance and panicked. He had grabbed the nearest paper from his mother's mail pile, written the warning, and shoved it under my door because he thought the man in the hallway might be pretending to be police. He had not understood that the real police were downstairs. He had also not waited to explain because he was 17, terrified, and high enough that his first statement to police involved the phrase "building goblin," which did not help anyone. When Detective Feld told me, I laughed so abruptly I scared myself. "Building goblin," I said. "That was not the official terminology," he replied. So the note had been human. Stupid, well-meant, almost disastrous. A lot of the story was like that. Human, stupid, almost disastrous. 3 weeks later, I went back to the apartment with Nina, Officer Holt, and a restoration contractor named Pauline Webb, 52, female, who wore steel-toed boots and spoke about smoke damage the way surgeons speak about tissue. Calm, direct, unimpressed by feelings, but not unkind. The front door had been replaced. The bedroom door was gone entirely, removed as evidence, leaving the room open like a missing tooth. The carpet had been pulled up. My mattress was wrapped in plastic. White powder still clung in the closet corners despite cleaning. The access panel had been covered with a screwed-in steel plate, sealed at the edges, then photographed by Holt before the contractor touched anything else. I stood at the bedroom threshold and tried to recognize the room. There was the streetlight rectangle on the floor, fainter in daylight. There was the wall where my bed had been. There was the closet. Body remembered before my mind did. My shoulders tightened. My knees felt wrong. My hearing sharpened until I could pick out a faucet dripping in the bathroom and someone laughing on the sidewalk below. Nina stood beside me, her stitched hand in a brace. "You don't have to go in," she said. "I know." I went in anyway, not because I was brave. I don't think bravery feels like that. It felt more like nausea with shoes on. I crossed the room and looked at the steel plate. 4 screws. Fresh sealant. No gap. No hidden dark, just hardware. Proper hardware this time, installed to keep someone out instead of in. Officer Holt watched from the doorway. "You're not staying here, right?" "No." "Good. I'm breaking the lease." "Also good," Nina said. "Look at us agreeing with law enforcement." Holt gave her a dry look. "Enjoy it while it lasts." I packed what could be saved. A few books, 2 mugs, my passport, clothes that didn't smell too much like smoke after washing. My laptop was evidence, and then, eventually, junk. The external drive was recovered, but I never plugged it in again. I changed every password, froze my credit, bought a new phone, and learned more about routers than any person seeking peace should ever know. Evan Rusk stayed in custody because he couldn't make bail. His lawyer argued mental health, overcharging unreliable evidence from damaged devices. Detective Feld warned me the case would move slowly. Legal time is not fear time. Fear runs at 2:17. Court runs on continuances and forms. Nina's hand healed with a thin, pale scar across her palm. She claimed it improved her grip, which was medically nonsense. Sometimes she caught me looking at it and would say, "Worth it," in a tone that meant I was not allowed to argue. I moved to a larger building in Squirrel Hill with cameras in the lobby, a superintendent who lived on site, and a bedroom door that locked only from the inside. For the first month, I didn't close it. Then I closed it but didn't latch it. Then one night in April, rain ticking against the window, I shut it all the way. The click was small, neat, normal. I stood there with my hand on the knob for a long time, listening to the apartment settle around me. Refrigerator hum, radiator tick, a bus sighing at the corner. Ordinary sounds, wearing the same clothes as dangerous ones. At 2:17, I woke anyway. The room was dark. My phone sat on the nightstand, charging. The door was closed. Nothing happened. No scrape. No shadow under the door. No turning knob. I waited until 2:18. Then 2:19. My breathing slowed by degrees, not because I felt safe exactly, but because my body got tired of holding the alarm forever. In the morning, I made coffee, answered emails, paid a bill, and threw away the chair I had been keeping near the bedroom door, just in case. Ordinary life returned the way water returns after a pipe repair, cloudy at first, with little bursts of grit. A week later, an envelope arrived with no return address. Inside was one photograph, not of me sleeping, not of my room, nothing that could become evidence in the obvious way. It was a picture of my old apartment hallway, taken low to the floor, angled toward my bedroom door. The door was open. On the back, written in black marker, were 4 numbers. 2:17, the police kept the photograph. Detective Feld said it might have been mailed earlier and delayed. It might have been from Evan's belongings, sent by someone trying to scare me. It might have been an old print that got missed. All possible. All realistic. All useless at 2:17 in the morning, when my new apartment is quiet and my bedroom door is closed, and I wake with my hand already reaching for the knob. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare.